All right, good morning, everybody. We've got a packed house today. This looks awesome. Trying to see what's on the agenda. Got everybody excited. Here we go. So I'd like to call to order this meeting, the October 8th, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
And Chair Lavadino?
I'm here. So if we could silence all phones and then stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item of business will be approval of the minutes from the October 1st, 2024 regular meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, do we have any announcements or changes to our agenda today? Okay, so the first announcement is that I missed the CEO's report. So next item of business is the County Executive Officer's report.
Thank you, Chair Lavadino and board members. Just two quick announcements. Although it's foggy and cold today, my announcements are about fire. The next phase of the Tepisque Vegetation Management Program will be taking place next month. This includes fuel reduction of more than 1,000 acres through planned prescribed fire in early through mid-November. The department received $6.4 million as a grant in 2021 for this program, and the grant funds have been used for the Santa Barbara County Fuels crew dedicated solely to removing and cutting down plant material in the right-of-way, creating community defensible space, and creating shaded fuel breaks throughout the Tepisque area. Fuel reduction, as you know, is crucial for firefighters because by reducing flammable vegetation, it significantly decreases the intensity and spread of wildfires, improves firefighter access, while potentially making fires easier to contain and control. So that should get started early through mid-November. The next item is announcing that the county is hosting a community meeting for persons living in and around the lake fire area to discuss new hazards associated with the recent burn scar. It will be taking place this evening from 5:30 to 7 at St. Mark's in the Valley Church in Los Olivos. Additional information is on our website and our social media channels. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any changes to our agenda or announcements, please?
Chair Lavadino, members of the board, I have one quick announcement this morning. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
All right, thank you very much. Next item of business is the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the agenda? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any members of the public like to pull any items?
Chair Lavadino and members of the board, we have no requests to pull any administrative items this morning.
Wow, okay, there's a record. What's that?
Never
happens. All right, so I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the administrative agenda.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Supervisor Hartman, seconded by Supervisor Williams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, next item of business will be our resolutions to be presented. Supervisor Nelson, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, before we begin with our first two resolutions, I wanted to recognize today's a day of celebration of thankfulness for the bravery and courage of these 5 men who thwarted a domestic terrorist attack in our community. Without their heroics, there would have been a significant loss of life. The fact that we have a civilian court worker and law enforcement from 4 different agencies is emblematic of the cooperation that takes place among so many agencies in our community to keep us safe. On behalf of myself and my colleagues and the County of Santa Barbara, we are thankful for your service.
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you read item A1 into the record, please?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Steve Neal for his exceptional courage and heroism on September 25th, 2024 at the Santa Maria Superior Courthouse. Joining us here in person, we have Steve Neal. If you'll make your way to the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas on the morning of September 25th, 2024, the Santa Maria Superior Courthouse was the target of a bombing attack, resulting in an explosion that injured 5 individuals and threatened the safety of countless others. Whereas the attack was orchestrated by an individual intending to cause widespread harm, evidenced by his possession of weapons, ammunition, and further explosive devices. And whereas Steve Neal, a dedicated security guard with Triumph Protection Group, was on duty at the courthouse during the attack, and upon witnessing the explosion, exhibited extraordinary composure, bravery, and selflessness in the face of imminent danger. And whereas, with unwavering resolve, Mr. Neal pursued the suspect as he attempted to flee the scene, chasing him to a vehicle where the suspect was attempting to retrieve more deadly weapons. And whereas, Steve Neal physically intervened by pulling the suspect from the vehicle, placing him in a vulnerable position and restraining him until law enforcement officers arrived to take him into custody. And whereas Mr. Neal's actions were not only swift, but also decisive, preventing further attacks on law enforcement officers, judges, courthouse staff, and members of the public. And whereas Mr. Neal's distinguished career in security, his military service with the British Army during the volatile years of conflict with Northern Ireland, and his extensive training with the Triumph Protection Group contributed to his ability to act decisively in a moment of crisis. And whereas Steve Neal has served the Santa Maria community and courthouse faithfully for over 13 years, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to public safety and earning the respect and admiration of his colleagues and those who frequent the courthouse. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors does hereby honor and commend Steve Neal for his exceptional courage and heroism on September 25th, 2024, at the Santa Maria Superior Courthouse. His actions stand as a testament to his bravery, professionalism, and dedication to the safety of our community, and he is recognized as a true hero. Passed and adopted today.
Sheriff Brown.
Supervisors, if you'll indulge me for just a minute, a few things that I would like to say this morning. First of all, as a preamble to the recognition of Steve and of the other 4 brave individuals who helped capture this diabolical suspect who committed a heinous crime in our community. I just want to mention a quote by Winston Churchill. And in his quote, he said, "Courage is rightly esteemed the first of human qualities, because, as has been said, it is the quality that guarantees all others." And I think what you saw that occurred in the courthouse is an example of just that our very American way of life was protected in a way that was extraordinary. And we rely heavily, as the sheriff, we are responsible, I am responsible as the marshal of the county for protecting the courts. And we cannot do it on our own. We rely on private security, Triumph Security, which handles our weapons screening station, and Steve's actions that day. And he is a very humble man. He doesn't want to get up here and say anything, but I want to say some things on his behalf. He is someone who has exhibited that quality that Churchill talked about. He is somebody who has served in the British Army. He is Irish, but it wasn't just the luck of the Irish that occurred that day. It was his personal courage in chasing and apprehending unarmed a suspect who had just committed an absolutely unprecedented crime in our county, an explosive device that was detonated within the courthouse. And thank goodness the effects of it were not worse than they are. No one was seriously injured. It could have been so bad. The footage that we've seen that will be released after the court case that you will see is pretty dramatic, and it is really amazing in terms of what Steve and these other gentlemen did in the wake of this unprecedented event. So I just want to say, on behalf of all the men and women of the Sheriff's Office, how proud we are of you, and thank Supervisors Nelson and Lavigno for organizing this resolution and the one that's about to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That is a humble guy that just walks out like that. Okay. I just want to let you know, if I save a bunch of people, I'm taking some time, all right? Yeah. We're going to resolution number 2, please.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sheriff Deputy Chris Nelson, California Highway Patrol Officer Brian Hanrahan, District Attorney Investigator Wayne Flick, and Santa Maria Police Officer Eric Hesch for their commitment to public safety during the attack on the Santa Maria Superior Courthouse on September 25th, 2024. Joining us here in person, we have Chris Nelson, Brian Hanrahan, Wayne Flick, and Eric Hesch. If you'll make your way to the podium, I'll read the resolution into the record. Whereas, on the morning of September 25th, 2024, a violent attack shook the Santa Maria Superior Courthouse when an explosive device detonated near the entrance, causing injuries to 5 individuals and placing hundreds of lives at risk. And whereas the individual responsible for this act not only caused the explosion, but was heavily armed with additional explosives, firearms, and ammunition, with clear intent to inflict further harm. And whereas Sheriff Deputy Chris Nelson, while stationed inside the courthouse, immediately responded to the explosion with an unwavering sense of duty and pursued the armed suspect. And whereas California Highway Patrol Officer Brian Hanrahan, although dressed in civilian attire, was present at the courthouse and without hesitation joined Deputy Nelson in pursuit of the suspect, drawing his service weapon and working in tandem to locate and apprehend the individual. And whereas District Attorney Investigator Wayne Flick and Santa Maria Police Officer Eric Hesch responded with similar speed and determination, providing critical support during the apprehension, ensuring that the suspect was disarmed and secured. And whereas these 4 officers, acting in unison, confronted the suspect as he attempted to retrieve further deadly weapons in his vehicle, exhibiting remarkable courage and preventing him from launching additional attacks on the courthouse, the public, and law enforcement officers. And whereas, despite the suspect's possession of additional weaponry, Sheriff Deputy Nelson, Officer Hanrahan, Investigator Flick, and Officer Hesch acted with exceptional professionalism, risking their own lives to secure the area, protect those in harm's way, and bring the suspect into custody. And whereas their quick thinking, bravery, and collaboration directly thwarted the suspect's planned massacre, ensuring the safety of countless individuals within and around the courthouse, and demonstrating the highest standards of law enforcement and the protection of public safety. And whereas the action of all officers are a shining example of the dedication and selflessness that define our law enforcement community, and their heroism on this day will not be forgotten. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize Sheriff Deputy Chris Nelson, CHP Officer Brian Hanrahan, District Attorney Investigator Wayne Flick, Santa Maria Police Officer Eric Hesch, for their commitment to public safety during the attack on the Santa Maria Superior Courthouse on September 25th, 2024. Passed and adopted today.
All right, one more time, if I can just say a few comments about these 4 gentlemen. First of all, just in general, putting on a uniform, strapping on a firearm, going out and putting yourself potentially into harm's way shows courage every single day, that every one of our law enforcement officers does. But sometimes there are occasions that call for more than that. And this incident was especially that case. In the case of Chris Nelson, Sheriff's Deputy Chris Nelson, who was stationed at the weapons screening station that day and was sitting at the desk, as soon as the suspect came in and threw that bag, he was climbing out of his chair, drawing his gun, getting ready to go apprehend him. and then the explosion occurred. And he took cover, and then all of a sudden ran out quite on the heels of Steve, who was already by this time chasing the suspect. And this wasn't Chris's first rodeo. He, in another point in his career, 20 years ago, September of 2004, he exhibited extraordinary heroism as well, along with his partner, B.J. Fortier, when they received a radio call of a hostage taking. Someone took a family hostage, a girlfriend and her mother and father, tied the parents up, and was holding them all at gunpoint. And these two guys received that radio call. They responded. They, because of the extreme nature of the call, entered the home. As they were in the hallway of the home, the suspect emerged, and he fired at them, wounding B.J. Fortier. And there was a gun battle in very close proximity in this hallway of this house. And luckily, fortune favored the brave in this case, and they were able to neutralize the suspect and save the young woman and her parents from what he had done as well. And for that heroism, Chris was awarded the Sheriff's Office Award of Valor and the H. Thomas Geary Award for Valor as well. So, and again, this isn't his first time around. I just want to say to all of the guys, thank you so much. We have a great cross-section of representation of law enforcement agencies here. Highway Patrol, in addition to the Sheriff's Deputy, we have Highway Patrol. We have a District Attorney's investigator, Wayne Flick, who also is a former Sheriff's Deputy, so we'll claim him as well.
Not anymore.
And a Santa Maria police officer. And they were all at the courthouse that day, and they all moved into action and quickly, by their actions, resulted in the apprehension of this suspect, who will face the bar of justice for what he did. And so, again, on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, to all of you, thank you. We're proud of you, and we appreciate your actions that day.
DA Savernock, can you hold just a sec? Daryl, I'm going to call on you, so if you want to get something ready, come on up. So, DA Savernock.
Thank you. Chair Levanino, members of the board. I just want to acknowledge all four of these law enforcement officers. If you asked any one of the four of them, if you thank them for their heroism, their extraordinary events on that day, they will all tell you they were just doing their job. It has been my privilege to serve in a career where I have the ability to collaborate and work together with law enforcement on a daily basis. The men and women of the CHP, the Santa Maria Police Department, the deputies in the administration of the Sheriff's Department, and to be blessed to have the quality of peace officers working in the Bureau of Investigations of the DA's office. They define public service. Wayne Flick served his country as a proud Marine, and he serves the county of Santa Barbara, at first as a deputy sheriff and now as district attorney investigator. These officers have given their lives to serving and to protecting, and when the chips were down, when a chaotic, exceedingly dangerous, horrific circumstance was occurring, their dedication to public safety, their dedication to protecting all of us, their training, their experience, sprung into action without delay, without hesitation. So all I can say on behalf of a grateful community, on behalf of all of us that attempt to administer justice through our legal system, through the courts, our place of safety, the place where things happen in an organized manner. These great officers were dedicated to making sure that all of us in that system are safe, and that we protect the integrity of that system and the safety of the people. So I can't thank the four of you enough.
Daryl?
Okay, so I didn't plan on making any comments, but I have to thank the board for this special recognition. My name's Darrell Parker. I'm the Court Executive Officer and the Jury Commissioner for Santa Barbara County. And we plan for things we hope never happen on a daily basis. And the court system is structured in a way that we try to prevent the violent outside society from entering into the realm where we choose to resolve our disputes in a civilized manner. And someone tried to disrupt that which was a pretty bad day. And if it weren't for the quick actions of Steve and law enforcement, it could have been a lot worse. I happened on the scene moments after it happened, and the lobby was filled with smoke, and it was total chaos. I don't know how they kept their wits about them, but they did, and they apprehended the suspect quickly. I've never seen that many law enforcement on the campus at one time. When I was listening to the sheriff speak, I was reminding of a phrase: crisis doesn't build character, it reveals it. And on that day, all of those men really revealed their true character, and I want to thank them.
Well, thank all of you. I also want to thank Supervisor Nelson. He was the lead on this, making sure that, sometimes we get a little bit long-winded on our resolutions, and we're talking about the disease of the month or this and that. Sometimes we feel like there's a lot of resolutions. Today was a day when this is exactly what this county is all about, is people really revealed their character in a moment of crisis, and it could have been a lot worse, and we'd be the subject of national news. Not that it wasn't, but I think the other side of this too is that generally in a crisis like this, you hear a lot of second guessing and Monday morning quarterbacking, and we haven't heard any of that. So really appreciate all of you doing your job, which is putting your life on the line, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so now your punishment is you get to sit through an entire Board of Supervisors meeting because you don't get to leave today. No, I'm just kidding. You can get back to work. But our next resolution is resolution number 3. Item 3, please.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring John Thomas McKinnon upon his retirement from the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office after over 24 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have the family of John Thomas McKinnon. If you will join us at the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Senior Deputy District Attorney John T. McKinnon retired on September 27th after over 28 years as a prosecutor, 24 of which were spent in Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office. And whereas throughout his distinguished career, John has held numerous critical positions, including serious felonies, fraud, collaborative courts, and juvenile division, as well as handling countywide misdemeanor filings. And whereas John's intelligence and his legal acumen have made him an invaluable asset to the District Attorney's Office, earning him the respect of his colleagues, peers, and members of the community. And whereas his contributions in collaborative courts have shown a commitment to innovative approaches in the justice system, promoting rehabilitation and positive outcomes for individuals, his dedication to public service and his passion for justice have positively impacted countless lives throughout his career. And whereas John is not only a brilliant legal mind, but also a kind and compassionate individual who treats everyone with respect and dignity, embodying the values we strive to uphold in our community. And whereas, as a proud father and husband, John exemplifies the importance of family and the balance between a demanding career and personal life, serving as a role model for his children and others. And now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and commends John T. McKinnon for his outstanding service, dedication, and contributions to the District Attorney's Office and the community. We extend our deepest gratitude and best wishes for his continued success in all his future endeavors. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, 25 years ago, I was outside of an apartment building in Fresno, California, helping my friend, a really accomplished, aggressive, capable and thoughtful young deputy district attorney as he left the Fresno County DA's office and moved to the greener pastures of Santa Barbara County. At the time, I was sad to see my friend go. Fast forward many years later, and we connected again in Santa Barbara. John as a senior deputy district attorney in an office where I would eventually become the DA. John's career is one of doing whatever needed to be done. John prosecuted some of the most horrible and horrific cases. John represented the county when a sexually violent predator was petitioning for release. But on the other side of that, John served for years in the treatment courts. At the point in time when the movement towards treatment of those with serious mental health issues or serious addiction issues was moving away from punishment to treatment and getting them out of the criminal justice system, and this aggressive prosecutor who had prosecuted the most horrific cases slid easily into that role because for John, it was about doing the right thing. It was about justice. And he helped us in the formative years to build the credibility of those courts and to stabilize them, and became a partner to everybody in the collaborative process. In his later years, John has fought a courageous battle with cancer, but even when he was at his sickest and he physically couldn't come to work, we charge cases. A lot of what we do doesn't go to court. We first have to assess, review, and determine if charges are going to be filed, and that was a job John could do remote. And it is a busy job. There are hundreds, and over the course of a year, thousands of cases coming through. And whenever John would need treatment or would be just too sick to work, and we would go into his queue to see how he was on his filings, he was caught up. Up until the end, when physically he just couldn't come in, he was worried about the office, who is going to do the cases. These were the ones he had worked on. What is going on? He cared deeply about this community. I know the whole time in Fresno, he was just waiting to get back. And he did, and he has two amazing children who have been there supporting him. To see the love they show him is tremendous. And his wife, Michelle, who has been a friend since those days in Fresno, has been there through a horrible illness, and they have kept their spirits. They have kept their devotion to the county and their love and devotion to John. So I can't thank you enough for doing this for John, for the family, and for the DA's office. Thank you so much.
Steve?
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I just wanted to recognize John. You heard a lot of great things about what he's done for the county. But when I think about John, I think about the dad in our community. He is the ultimate team dad. Him and Michelle, the team parents of many football teams, cheer teams, volleyball teams. They've donated a significant amount of their time to our community. And, I think there's a bigger story here. It's been a life of commitment to community. And it's my honor to help celebrate and honor John today.
Absolutely. Okay. Hard to move on to these other ones. But we do have other business, and we appreciate everybody that was here today. And I think this is it's going to be a memorable meeting. Administrative item number 4, please.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation proclaiming the month of October 2024 as National Arts and Humanities Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Celesta Belisi, Director of UCSB Arts and Lectures, and Dennis Smitherman of Santa Maria Recreation and Parks Department. If you will make your way to the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas October has been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by the White House and Congress for 31 years to encourage people across the nation to celebrate the significance of culture in building human connection and enlivening the world around us. And whereas through the programs such as Percent for Arts Ordinance and Art Making Impact Grant, the county has furthered its commitment to cultivating the dynamic public spaces, creating art opportunities, and enhancing community vitality. And whereas the Board of Supervisors formed the County Arts Commission in 1977 to bring the government, artists, and public together for cultural benefit for all. And whereas through its 2024 Leadership in Arts program, the Arts Commission is honoring one organization, the City of Santa Maria Recreation and Parks Department, and one individual, Celesta Belisi, for exemplary efforts and dedication to uplifting the community well-being by increasing access to arts. And whereas the City of Santa Maria Recreation and Parks Department is hereby recognized for improving the quality of life for residents and visitors throughout its robust art program, and for the successful implementation of its 5-year public art master plan. And whereas Celesta Belisi, Executive Director of UCSB Arts and Lectures, is hereby recognized for building one of the most successful art presenting programs in the nation and ensuring that events and performances such as Viva el Arte can be free of cost and available to students and families around the county. And whereas and now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaims October as National Arts and Humanities Month and encourages residents to explore Santa Barbara County's vibrant arts and culture. Passed and adopted today.
I feel so lucky to get to stand next to her. This is amazing. On behalf of the Recreation and Parks Department, the Recreation and Parks Commission, and our Public Art Committee with the City of Santa Maria, we say thank you for the support. In 2019, our public art plan had passed to City Council, and we've been moving steadily forward in reaching those goals. In the next month, we look forward to 15 new utility boxes painted on Broadway, so look for those. Give them a wave and a honk as you pass by. The artists love it. And just really, again, thank you for the support and thank you for this recognition.
I want to say thank you very much to the County Office of Arts and Culture, the Arts Commissioners, and to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much, particularly to Laura, who I know. And I really want to thank the Arts Commission, Roman Baratiak, who's here, who nominated me. I have been Arts and Lectures for 25 years as the executive director, but he was my associate director for 20 years. And we are up here all the time in the county. I think people think that Arts and Lectures, UCSB, is stuck down at UCSB down there. But I created a program called Viva el Arte, and we've been coming up throughout the county for almost 20 years. We have a very soft spot in our heart here for Guadalupe. We've been doing a program up here that's free for the community for almost 20 years. And I truly believe in my heart it's the best thing that Arts and Lectures does. So I hope you come up and see Viva el Arte. I know the Royal Theater is being redone and redeveloped, and we hope you can be a part of that as well. But I really want to thank my hardworking staff and everybody in the community. Arts and Lectures only works if the community comes out. So it is really a community-supported program. And thank you all. Thank the county. And I hope that this is our 65th anniversary at Arts and Lectures, that there'll be a new generation. This is my 25th year as the director, but there'll be a new generation 65 years from now. For educate, entertain, and inspire is our motto. So I expect it. So thank you again so much.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to take a moment. Our arts and our programs don't get a lot of attention always, but I think we truly have an outsized impact in terms of the size of our county, the amount of talent, of energy, of people that flock here to perform in all different ways, as well as our own grown. So it's one of the many special kind of unspoken things about our county, and it's nice to honor and take a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, administrative item number 5, please.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming October 9th, 2024 as National Walk and Roll to School Day in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Ken Dahman. If you will make your way to the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas National Walk and Roll to School Day is celebrated in communities across the country where there is a commitment to improving health and well-being of youth, and whereas National Walk and Roll to School Day encourages students to engage in physical activity and reduce their carbon footprint by walking, biking, or using other multimodal means to get to school, and whereas the Safe Routes to School program, as established by the U.S. Department of Transportation, plays a pivotal role in creating safe environments for students to walk and bike to school by providing infrastructure improvements, educational programs, and community engagement. And whereas the benefits of walking and biking to school include increased physical activity, safer streets, and connected communities while raising awareness of traffic rules, healthier lifestyles, and encouraging neighborhood awareness to share the road with pedestrians and cyclists. And whereas National Walk and Roll to School Day fosters a sense of independence and responsibility in students as they navigate their neighborhood safely. And whereas National Walk and Roll to School Day alleviates traffic congestion on the streets and helps reduce the amount of air pollutants emitted by automobiles, which contribute to climate change and increase in respiratory illnesses. And whereas celebrating National Walk and Roll to School Day on October 9, 2024, aligns with our commitment to creating a more sustainable, healthy, and active future for our youth. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors supports the designation of October 9, 2024 as National Walk and Roll to School Day, and we encourage school, parents, and kids to participate in this meaningful event to promote the health and well-being of our students and the environment. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Supervisors, for this recognition of Walk and Roll to School Day. It's been an honor to serve the community in this way, with Move Santa Barbara County having countless education programs throughout the county, from Guadalupe to Carpinteria. Thank you guys so much for this recognition. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say a couple of things. First, BC Centro that you oversee is really an institution in Santa Maria community. You not only teach people how to repair bikes, but you make low-cost bikes available to people, and you've created really a community hub where people can come and enjoy each other's company. And I've been by when the music's going, and it's really exciting. So I think that's kind of why I come to bike trails and biking so much, is that when we're isolated in our cars, it's a very different experience than the community and how we experience the natural world. I don't know what's happening in Santa Maria, but in Los Olivos at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're meeting at the flagpole to walk and bike to school, and there'll be refreshments at Los Olivos Elementary. So thank you so much for being here, Ken.
You got it. Thank you so much. Yes, BC Centro has been in Santa Maria now for almost 8 years, and we've been, just plugging away, increasing safety as far as users of the road, as far as pedestrians go and cyclists. We partner with the local city officials to create those conditions for our residents. Thank you for the opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you, Ken. All right, that closes out our administrative agenda. So now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak. We will begin via Zoom with Chris Robinson, to be followed by Ann McCarty here in Santa Maria.
And I will close the roll for public comment. So those 3 will be our public comment speakers today.
Chris?
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Chris Robertson, and I'm here on behalf of Caruso regarding our project at the Miramar. I want to respectfully stress that the application we filed is a Housing Accountability Act project covered under SB 330, which provides critical protections to ensure that much-needed housing is not unjustly delayed or denied. After 2 years of robust community outreach, we filed an application that we are incredibly proud of and which has strong community support. Our application has already been deemed complete by planning staff and fully complies with all applicable local and state requirements. It includes 26 affordable housing units that are vital for our employees and the Montecito community. which addresses a key issue in our region where housing availability and affordability are of significant concern. As you know, under SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act, cities and counties are required by law to process these applications expeditiously and to avoid unnecessary delays. As shown in our application and supporting materials, this project not only aligns with the community's housing needs, but also with state mandates to meet affordable housing goals as outlined in the housing element recently adopted by the board. We'd like to thank the planning department and the county for moving our project forward without delay and allow it to proceed through the process as required by law. This is critical to ensure that this much needed housing can be delivered in a timely manner, which will greatly benefit our employees and the community. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
We will now move to Ann McCarty here in Santa Maria to be followed by Karen Howenstein.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. I'm Ann McCarty, Executive Director for the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center. This morning, I stand before you with one simple yet profound purpose, and that's to say thank you. As our center continues to celebrate 50 years of service to the community, it's essential to recognize that our success is built on strong, lasting partnerships, one of the most significant being with the County of Santa Barbara. Our service area is the Gaviota Tunnel north to the Santa Maria River Bridge and all cities and towns that encompasses, which means your constituents are our clients. From the San Ynez Valley to the far reaches of New Cuyama, we provide educational programs, not to mention critical direct services to those affected by the crimes of sexual assault, child abuse, and human trafficking. Since our humble beginnings in 1974, when community advocate Joyce Howerton saw the need for supportive services for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault in the city of Lompoc, we've grown to an organization that serves thousands each year in North County. One of our biggest accomplishments are our collaborative efforts, from the award of funding from Santa Barbara Human Services to our critical collaboration with the District Attorney's Office, not to mention the long-standing relationships with the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department, the Santa Barbara County Probation Department, and many others. We continue to build day by day to ensure that victims of crime receive the treatment they so deserve. Your acknowledgement of our work does not go unnoticed, and we thank you. We know that we aren't here alone and have only been able to sustain the quality of services we are able to provide due to the relationships that have been built over the last 50 years. Our priority has always been to provide direct services to the citizens of North County, and the educational programs that we've offered over the years have empowered individuals to find their voices and take control of their lives. We know what the impact is that we've had and continue to have simply wouldn't be possible without the unwavering support of the community we serve and the leadership of those of you who serve in this room. While I wasn't here when the center began, I've had the privilege of serving at the center for over 30 years, witnessing incredible growth. This progress is a result of nurturing healthy relationships, persevering through the hard times, and staying dedicated to the work that we do. Although I won't be here for the next 50 years, I'm confident that with the continued support of the citizens of this county, its leaders, and everyone who believes in the vital work that we do, one day, someone new will stand before you or before the board, because y'all won't be here either. And thank you for helping to keep the center strong for a century of service and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. I think Supervisor Nelson does plan on being here in 50 years, so yeah.
We will now go to our final speaker, Karen Howenstein.
Hello, supervisors. I'm usually coming up here with a ball of fire, but the tenor and the mood this morning has me being very grateful. And I just want to point out that I have inserted myself to be an observer in this county of a cross-section of our entire county. And I see our county moving toward very stalwart and dedicated service in a nonpartisan manner, in nonpartisan community development and recognition of all of the people who are affected by our community development. And when we wake up in the morning and we look in the mirror, we're usually thinking about money, where it is, whether or not we have it. But we also have to think about morals. So do we have money? Or do we have morals? Or do we have both? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And with that, that closes out public comment. We'll now move directly right into our departmental agenda. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read item number 1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a discussion on mobile home parks and potential overlays.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Director Plowman will be joining me soon. Until she does, I'll go through the PowerPoint for you.
Oh, I see her. If you want to wait just 30 seconds, she's... No. Good morning, Lisa. We ran through that pretty quick. Sorry.
With this. Okay. I can get the presentation.
We can take a second. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Chair and members of the board, we'll present some information that we have been researching in regards to mobile home parks throughout the unincorporated area of the county. We have 24 mobile home parks that are licensed with the State Housing and Community Development Department. 21 of those provide permanent residency. However, 3 of those are campgrounds, so then we're not considering them as the standard mobile home parks. They're just licensed through the state, so they're included in that 24 mobile home parks. However, there are 21 that are operating as mobile home parks with permanent residency. As a side note, the mobile home parks are inspected by our Building and Safety Division under Chapter 11 of the County Code and in compliance with the State Mobile Home Park Act. Some data to provide to the members of the board in regards to the mobile home parks in the unincorporated areas of the Santa Barbara County. You can see a majority of those are in the unincorporated area outside of the city limits of Santa Barbara, and then a majority are located in and throughout the Orchid area. There's one located on the northwest side of the unincorporated area of Santa Maria. And then we have several that are scattered throughout the unincorporated communities throughout the county, with pretty much one in the other communities that are shown on the slide before you. As far as age restrictions go, 11 of these mobile home parks of the 21 provide for an age restriction of 55 plus. I'm looking at this slide. What that means is there's about 1,800 of the total 2,400 spaces that are available for the senior citizens of the county, or 55 plus. What we have found is that these age restrictions are generally set by the owner-operator of the parks. Nearly all of them, of what we've found, do not have an associated condition of approval that is restricting that. It's coming through the operator owner of the park. We're continuing to look into the permit history of the Del Cielo, the one that's located in Orchid. We have, as it's been reported to the board, are aware that they are in the process of trying to convert that to an all-age occupancy. It's been traditionally a 55-plus mobile home park for several years, or actually many years. Provide some additional information on the 55-plus versus the all-age. It's almost split 50-50 as far as the 21 mobile home parks, with the one, the Del Cielo, that's in the process of trying to convert to an all-age. When we look at the mobile home parks on the age restriction, just some visual data to look at that. Orchid is providing the greatest amount of age-restricted mobile homes or housing for the senior citizens at 62%, with the unincorporated area around Santa Barbara providing 36%, and with a scattering of spaces in San Ynez and New Cuyama. When you look at all ages, that's the breakdown on a graphic as far as looking at where all age mobile home parks fall, with a majority of them located in the unincorporated areas around the city of Santa Barbara. And then also Los Alamos has a majority of the all age as far as when you look at unincorporated community areas. When we look at the mobile home park and the regulations, we fall under the state law, which is the Mobile Home Parks Act. It's located in the California Health and Safety Code. That provides a lot of resources for both the operators and tenants as far as their obligations and how the parks are run. A lot of information is found in the Mobile Home Residency Law Handbook as far as compliance with fair housing laws, as well as the regulations that's outlined by the state. This is just a quick highlight of information that's provided in the Mobile Home Residency Law, which is reflecting the Federal Fair Housing Act as far as age restriction. As long as the parks are operating within the fair housing laws, and there's two criteria. You can set age restrictions as long as it's 55 plus or 62 plus. With the main condition is that 80% of the units are required to have at least one resident that is over 55. We have, as far as our research has found, we haven't found any regulations as far as the conversion process from senior only to an all age. It's really defaulting to the owner operator is what we have found as far as making that business decision on switching from senior only to all age. Current Santa Barbara County codes is there's Chapter 11 that does provide for mobile home rent control. Just as a side note, the state law also provides for rent control, and our local ordinances have to be in compliance with that or consistent with that as well. The zoning ordinances, we have 16 of those mobile home parks are actually zoned mobile home park in our current regulations, and 5 have other zoning designations, anywhere from residential to agricultural zoning to a variety of other zoning designations. Through our research, we have found that there is a need to provide for senior housing. In the mobile home parks, as we've seen looking at the data, they do provide a lot of housing for our citizens or our constituents that are in that age group. Looking just a quick brush at the housing authorities, they provided this information. The city of Santa Barbara has a waiting list of over 3,000, close to 4,000 individuals looking for housing. And then the county's housing authority has about 2,100 people that are on a waiting list for housing. The question has arose at prior hearings in regards to implementing a moratorium on conversion of these mobile home parks from senior to all age. Some information is in regards to moratoriums. We can enact those if there's a definite public health, safety, or welfare need, or a current or immediate threat, or if there's a zoning ordinance change that potentially could result in a threat to public health, safety, or welfare. As of right now, the conversion of senior only to an all age doesn't require any changes of entitlements based on our current zoning ordinance. We've looked at other jurisdictions up and down the coast in California to identify examples of restrictions on mobile home parks, and it's all age versus senior. Ventura County, our neighbor to the south, has the best examples that we could find. They have enacted 2 overlay zones. One is a general mobile home park overlay zone, which covered all of their mobile home parks, which restricts them from converting them to another use other than mobile home park. And then they created a senior mobile home park overlay zone for their mobile home parks that were designated as senior or 55 plus. And those ordinances, especially the senior mobile home park overlay zone in Ventura County, has built-in reporting requirements to the County of Ventura to verify the age. So when they enacted it, there was 30 days for the tenants to provide information to the park, and then 60 days later, the park had to provide that information to the county. And then within every 2 years, the county would go back and verify that. And those age requirements or the age verification can either be a government ID, an affidavit by somebody that can testify that that person is 55 plus, or other documents that could help verify the age of that occupant. Potential next steps for the board to consider is to direct staff to further investigate the opportunities or feasibility of a moratorium, monitor the existing parks to determine if there's a trend for these senior mobile home parks to be converted to all age, or direct the department through the Long Range Planning Division to pause work on the short-term rental ordinances in the coastal zone until next fiscal year, and then create an overlay that's similar to what Ventura County has done. That concludes the presentation, and Director Palm is here to answer questions.
That was smooth. Okay. Before we get to public comment, any questions from board members? Supervisor Hartman.
Does a mobile home park definition require a certain type of mobile home? That is, I know that in the San Ynez Valley, they're park homes, and they're owned by the owner of the property rather than the individuals. So I just wondered, that may not be a factor that you researched, but it is one of interest to me, because these are not so far from our tiny home villages. And I guess there's a question of whether, I know that's not exactly the reason we're discussing this today, but the question in my mind is, how much can mobile home parks help meet our housing needs? And is there more we should do with that regard? So again, owners are really vulnerable when they own the home. It's all their equity, and then rules change, and they often can't find a place to move their home. And sometimes unscrupulous park home owners will buy those homes for less money and rent them out. And so that's not a good dynamic. So it's good to build equity. On the other hand, maybe it's good for the park owner to own the home. So just wondered if you looked at that factor.
I think in our research, and Mr. Wilson did a lot of the research, but we weren't really looking at that aspect of it. I was not aware that San Ynez Mobile Home Park had, where the park owns the mobile homes, and then you just have renters. I did not know that. A lot of our parks are where the individual owns the mobile home, and then they lease the space. But in terms of providing housing to meet our demand, I think it does provide some housing, and it ranges. I asked the housing authorities about that. What was their experience with mobile home parks and the rents? And they said it's anywhere from low income to upper moderate income. So it does provide for some of our need, but the densities of those projects don't really get us that much further down the road in terms of meeting the demand that we have. So it's a tool in the toolbox, and it can help, but I think where we're having to move to is, multifamily housing in apartment structures or condominiums if individuals are to meet our RENA demands.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, thanks for presenting here about the need, which I'm very concerned about. I understand that in the next few years, 1 in 4 people in our county will be over the age of 60. And I'm curious if you can speak like the bigger picture of what other plans are in the works in addition to this potential proposal today for an overlay. In our housing element, is senior housing a factor, or will there be new senior housing? What's on the horizon?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So senior housing, seniors are one of the special needs in our in housing elements, and so they are definitely a factor that we consider. We work with HCD and the housing authorities to provide for senior housing. That's typically where we see the senior housing coming from, is our housing authorities. Or like a people self-help housing, the nonprofits. That's where you see it. Otherwise, they're sort of in the market with the rest of the population. And so we try and focus on getting those types of projects, helping fund those types of projects, and seeing them constructed by the nonprofits.
And so then, therefore, the need, which I think is about 5,000 people on the wait list, seniors on the wait list for the Housing Authority, that will an overlay, maybe you can kind of break down what an overlay process does. Does it look at sort of all those needs, the fact that half of the mobile home parks are designated for seniors, I think, at this point? Does it just, would it involve like an inventory of sort of where are the gaps? I'm quite concerned, just given that a lot of these are in my district, and they could be potentially converted into all ages without any protections.
So the overlay really will focus on the existing mobile home parks that have a senior-only element to them.
Okay.
And you have a number of them in your district. And
so 11 out of 21 are senior or 55 and older.
Right, of the all across the county, of the 21 across the county. And so what we would look at is direction from the board, because these mobile home parks provide a level of affordability that can't often be found in the stick and or brick and mortar, I should say. I think there's some logic in maintaining both types of mobile home parks, all age and senior. So we're asking for the board's direction today. If the board wants us to develop an overlay, is to be specific about whether or not you just want to apply that to existing senior parks, or whether you would want to expand that beyond that. But so it really is, what we're thinking is that we would focus on the existing senior parks like other jurisdictions have, like the Ventura County did.
Okay. And an overlay then would protect it in perpetuity?
The overlay would protect it at that age in perpetuity. And then the other question is that we have for the board is, there are some parks that are not actually zoned for mobile home park, which means they could be converted. So we could either develop this second overlay, which is really about the redevelopment of parks, or we could rezone those sites to mobile home park, which would then require a board action to convert it at some point in the future.
Okay.
So that brought up a question. So when we say in perpetuity, I just want the public to understand that a future board
could change
undo.
that.
Right. So
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I guess as we look at that, one of the big points for me is, what were the residents, what was disclosed to them when they bought there? Because I think we have some mobile home parks that were approved as all ages to begin with, but decided to go down the senior route. And I think a lot of them have been clear even with their tenants. I don't think that's the case at Del Cielo. I think everybody in Del Cielo has been under the impression and have been sold that it's a senior park, and that's why they have that assumption that's built into there, and that's why you see so much frustration and angst with the decisions being made by the new ownership. So if we do move forward and bring that back, would you be able to maybe look into what kind of disclosures? Because we may look at it and maybe all 11 doesn't make sense to be in there. But I think that the long range planning is giving that information back to the board and giving us a chance to look at it. I know as we talk about the zoning, one of those is an Old Orchid, and I think that was purposely zoned Old Town Orchid commercial because it was seen as a redevelopment project to become eventually some type of commercial piece there. And I don't even think it was zoned for a mobile home park to begin with. So it just kind of evolved over the years as it was, as it moved along. So I think we just need to balance those out, and that's what I'm hoping that if we do make some action today, that you'll be able to take that information and bring it back to us. Would it be possible, though, for us just to create something in our code, maybe that would require a permit just for conversion, or do we have to kind of recognize it as 55 plus first, and then moving to all age in the future?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. I think we would have to have something in our code that had a requirement, we'd have to have something that would tie a permit, to a condition that would limit the ages. So I think the best course of action if we want to move forward with this is to do some kind of overlay. I think if I understood your question correctly. Yeah, I think we need something in our code to create that limitation.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
I'm particularly interested in the interplay between this and general affordability. Right? My sense is that because there is already a pre-existing population that would generally qualify for affordability in these parks, that the advantage for affordability is just sort of to preserve the status quo as much as possible, the status quo market dynamics. But do we have any further sort of data on what the Ventura County overlay has done on affordability or on the income of residents or anything like
that? Supervisor Williams, through the chair, we didn't look into that. We could certainly contact the Ventura County to see what the issues are. What's interesting is in the city of Santa Barbara, one of the mobile home parks is actually owned by the housing authority. So that does maintain it in affordability in perpetuity. And so I don't know if the county housing authority is moving down that path. They don't currently have ownership of them, but if they did, they could then restrict them in perpetuity, in a way that our board has a limitation on.
And then secondly, I do think that one element of deployment of mobile homes for expanded affordability opportunities should be examined, and that is in more rural areas, including in farm worker housing. Now, normally that's difficult because of sewer requirements, but that's something that I think really needs to be looked at because, many of you remember we passed a number of years ago a piece of an ordinance change that we were very hopeful about would create additional levels of farm worker housing. And thus far, I think we've lost more farm worker housing than we've gained since that ordinance change. And part of many of the units we lost were, trailers being used out in rural areas. Arguably, no one being hurt, but didn't conform with our sewer requirements. And so I think that's something that we need to look at in the long run if we really care about utilizing this tool for affordability.
Yes, Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Since Supervisor Williams brought up data, my staff did look it up in terms of the few that are in my district, or several that are in my district, and the going rate is about 300 to 500,000, which is a third of what homes are going for in the area. So it's incredibly important to maintain this affordability for seniors. So. And I wanted to just thank, maybe we'll hear from some of them, but the residents of San Vicente and Rancho Santa Barbara have done an amazing job of educating and advocating, so I appreciate them.
I got a couple of questions. So a 55 and over restricted park, it sounds like, do you only have to have one resident to be 55? In the unit? So you can have a whole family, but as long as we have a 55 and older, that qualifies? No? Or do we know? Yeah, I guess we can hear from the public on that one. The other thing I'm more concerned about, really, that's in the ordinance in Ventura. Yeah.
So Chair and Commissioners, that was the information provided under the Fair Housing Law, under the federal law. So one of the conditions is you could have at least one person 55 and plus to meet that 80% criteria.
Okay. All right. The other thing I'm more concerned about really is the timeline. So any action that we take generally takes a while for us to accomplish it. So what stops a conversion? I mean, is it the moratorium that stops a conversion from taking place while we're going down the road of trying to figure out how to build an overlay and what that looks like?
Mr. Chair, in theory, yes, that's what a moratorium would do. And what we're looking at is as soon as we can finish the cannabis ordinance, which hopefully will be done in January.
Wait a second.
Yeah, hopefully. Then we would
That might take a while.
Then we would take this up.
Yeah.
And then I don't think it would take a substantial amount of time for us to develop it because I think there are good models. And then it would take a few months to be able to come back to the board, go through the planning commission and come back to the board.
And what's the process for an owner operator to transition to an all ages?
So right now, that is a decision that they make on their own. There's no approval that they need from the county.
Yeah. So obviously what I'm talking about is based on what they're hearing today, you could have an owner operator change their mind tomorrow, and it's going to take us months to get there. So, okay, just want us to make sure that we understand that process. Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, so even if they did go through that process and we did go through the overlay, that property would then become legal non-conforming immediately. If they came in, if we had that overlay on a 55 plus, if they did a conversion between now and then.
So I need to think through that a little bit, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, but if we applied an overlay to a park that was all age, I think there would be some phasing that we would allow, and it would become non-conforming to that overlay.
And in all likelihood, it would actually conform because most of them were already seniors to begin with if it was a late conversion. So they're probably not going to be able to change out 20%. Like that in that period of time while we do this ordinance. So likely it will conform immediately. It'll probably prevent them from going even further into a conversion beyond that because a lot of them now can go to 20% under the federal laws, is my understanding.
Right. And it would be interesting, and perhaps some of the residents can inform us what their lease agreements look like, that they probably have some time to be able to transition, but I'm not familiar with those.
And if I could speak to that, just since we're having a little conversation about the Del Cielo case study, is my understanding is that they were noticed, a 6-month notice is the requirement as part of their contract to go from a senior park to an all-age park, and that they have given them that notice at that point. I understand there might be some issues with their noticing, but that's the 6-month period is what they have in their contract.
And how far are we into that 6 monts?
About 5.
Yeah.
So,
But let me, Supervisor Nelson, you seem very knowledgeable on this. May I ask you a question? So it doesn't mean the seniors need to move out, right? So if you have a lease and you're living in there and they decide to open it up to all ages, it sounds to me like when new spaces become available, they can go to a younger person, but it's not as if seniors will be forced out of the park.
Okay. All right. So with that, we will go to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have today?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have 4 requests to speak for this item. We will begin with Tony Marr via Zoom and return to Santa Maria with Steve Wagner.
So if anybody else wants to speak on this issue, you have until our first speaker gets done to get your name in, and then we'll close the roll after the first speaker. Go ahead.
Tony? Tony, we've unmuted you on our end. If you can press *6, it looks like you're using a dial-in phone.
Yes. Hello. Hi. Good morning, honorable supervisors. If I may request that the Santa Barbara County Board immediately take the steps necessary to enact a senior mobile home park overlay and place a moratorium on converting any senior mobile home park in the county to all age until the overlay is enacted. And I say this as somebody with numerous friends and family in one of the mobile home parks currently designated as senior, primarily senior. And the emphasis of my comment is that, as you know, we have such a high proportion of senior residents in Santa Barbara, and most seniors have such unique physical and mental health needs that the burden of alternative housing should not be placed on this already vulnerable population. Please don't make seniors, especially low fixed income seniors, be the ones to suffer for the housing problems in the county. If anything, this elderly population should be among the most protected of all citizens. And so, yes, thank you for considering to pass a moratorium immediately, because most people who live in senior mobile parks probably do not have the options that other seniors have who are not in mobile home parks. So thanks so much.
Steve Wagner to be followed by Stefan Simson.
And our roll for public comment is now closed, except for those that are already on the list. So go ahead, Steve.
Good morning. My name is Steve Wagner. I am the Associate Manager for North Santa Barbara County for the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League. And I practice saying that so often I can just rip that right off now. First of all, I live in Sunny Hills, and it is a senior park, and I'm extremely lucky that I have an ethical management company running Sunny Hills. Our big issue is speed bumps. Del Cielo, big issue is survival. What happens is these people bought into the park with the promise that it would be a senior park, 55 and up. It was right on the sign as you drive in before Harmony Communities removed that part of the sign. Now, they've talked about affordability, but I'd like to talk about a lifestyle today. We got roughly a bit over 100 responses to the questionnaire, do you want your park to be changed? There's about 190 homes in Del Cielo, and why many of those people did not fill out these things is a lot of them aren't capable anymore. They live in this park that protects them from the outside world, from the speed, from the noise, from everything that goes on. This is where they've chosen to live and probably live out the rest of their lives. All of a sudden, you get what's called a predatory management company coming in. They try to force the residents out because of the change. When they go to sell their homes, they interfere with the sales. And then they say, well, you know, skip all this hassle, sell the home to us. And when they sell the home to the management company owns the land and the home, and it becomes exempt from rent control. So now you have maybe a 2-income family in the home. They're making more money. They don't look at these places as homes for people. They look at them for investments. That's what they do. This is a money grab. The last thing I'd like to say is everything I've heard today has been about government protecting people, whether it's the police officers with the bomb, whether it's the art community protecting your soul, whatever it is, government protects people. And that's what we need for you to protect Del Cielo, because they're going to go under come end of November. So government needs to step in and do that protection like they protected everybody else. Thank you so much.
Stefan Simson to be followed by Lisa Castillo Simson.
Okay, so just so I know we've been clapping all day, but we do have a rule in here that if you agree, it's this. If you don't, we don't like booing. So this is good. All right, go ahead, sir.
This is it, huh?
This is it, man.
That's applause in the sign language, you know that.
That's why we do it.
Okay, yeah. I had prepared some comments, but after hearing all the discussion here, I had to modify it a little bit. And I just wanted to underscore the fact that when my wife and I retired and we went looking for a place, we looked for a senior park. We bought into a senior park, 55 and older. And although we own our home, we're paying rent month to month. And the other thing about the equation is if you're a senior and you're eligible to move into a senior park, you're going to get older once you move in there. And so some of our neighbors were as healthy as we are today when they moved in. but they get older, they lose the ability to drive, to do other things for themselves. They may require caretakers. And then the other fact is that, just speaking from my situation, if I predecease my wife, her income is going to be less than half of what we have now. And how does she stay in the park if she can't afford it? So this is definitely affordable housing. We're talking about creating more affordable housing, and we've already got it, and it needs to be protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will go to Lisa Castilla-Simpson, and that will be our final speaker.
Very good, thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lisa Castilla-Simpson. I am a retired military family member. Proud. Thank you. I'm here today to ask for your assistance in procuring a senior park overlay. We ask for your help and support in protecting our fragile senior communities here. Our senior parks serve as our sacred refuge and safe place in society. We don't have a lot of clout in society at this time of our life, but we are proud paying taxpayers, and we vote and we ask for your support and assistance at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor, that closes out public comment? Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you. One point I wanted to share with the board and the public. Del Cielo, our office has been working heavily on that situation, and Mr. Wagner mentioned that there was a survey done. We spoke with the management of the new ownership, and they said, maybe many of the residents in Del Cielo might want to be an all-age, maybe just a vocal minority. So our office conducted a survey. We actually sent out ballots to all 185 units, and then we did some canvassing for those ones we didn't collect. And we came back and we ended up getting 121 responses. Of the 121 responses, 120 of them wanted to stay senior only. One of them was open to an all-age park. So hopefully that dispels that myth that some of those people in senior parks might want to have it as an all-age park. I think that a lot of us assumed that to be true from the very beginning. But I know that was some noise out there that it really might just be a vocal few that are concerned about this issue. To me, it seems nearly unanimous that those that are living in a senior park, especially Del Cielo, may want to do that. The other issue that we were speaking about affordability earlier, Director Plowman mentioned that this may not count as affordability under the housing element. The housing element actually has two different criteria for affordability. Density is one of them. The other one is actual affordability. So actually, if you look at the park rents and then the cost if you were to buy that unit, these are actually affordable. They're actually low and very low. If you take the Orchid numbers, it may not be true because a lot of our units are somewhere between $100,000 to $200,000 in the Orchid area. You take that in park rent and you're below the numbers required by the state for affordability. So I would consider all of ours, of all 1,000 units of affordability, to be a concern, especially for the Orchid area. And if a lot of these go to all age, the affordability probably starts to go away. So I think as we look at this, we are actually at risk of losing some of our affordability stock and inventory in Orchid if we see some of these go from 55 plus to all ages. And, I had some conversations with management from the new ownership, and they argued that, hey, affordability should be available for all people in the community, not just seniors. And I think my position on this would be that it's all the above. We shouldn't find affordability for all ages at this expense of seniors who have an investment-backed expectation to be able to have a community that they live in that is of like-minded, like-aged, like demographic residents that have different hours than potentially an all-age family, have different needs. And many of these parks, like Del Cielo, don't have the infrastructure that you might have if we had an all-age park. I would think about if I had 185 units of all ages, I'd be asking where the daycare center is. I'd ask where the playground is. I'd ask where the sidewalks are and the safe routes to school are. And a lot of those things weren't contemplated in part because of these were senior-only parks. I'm also looking at some future developments proposals that have come through my office recently, and there are some projects that are proposing senior-only as a way to cut down on VMT miles as part of their trying to do their CEQA document. So we're already seeing it because we know that all-age families are going to actually have more miles. So there's going to be a lot of environmental impacts if you convert something from a 55 plus to an all age that are far more than just the exclusivity of the housing. So where I'm currently at, as we discuss this, is I'm all for going down the road of looking at a moratorium right now while we explore an overlay and examining that as quickly as possible and as much as we potentially can use. Some of our neighbors in Ventura and other counties that looked at this. My understanding, Sonoma County and the city of Cotati have looked at this as well. There's a lot of other communities that are having similar discussions. And so as much as we can dive into those and maybe borrow on some of those other ordinances and some of the lessons learned so that we can have a more expeditious process, all the better, in my opinion.
I just have a question at council. So when we're talking about a moratorium, it does say that we have to look at whether or not there is a current and immediate threat to public health, safety, or welfare. And I just want to know what the bar is on that.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it would be a substantial evidence finding. So we would look, and typically any type of moratorium ordinance would include evidence and facts and some of the information that's been provided today.
Okay. Yeah, because I can see all three of those being a big problem if you change to all ages. I also think that I think mobile home is probably the biggest misnomers that's out there. Folks can't move. I grew up with my mom in a mobile home, and once you pick a park, you're not picking that mobile home up and going anywhere. You're at the mercy of that owner-operator. So I also support a moratorium, and I would look at it as what I'm really concerned about still is the timeline. So I don't know what kind of protections we can provide in the meantime, but I would request that we move expeditiously on this and try to come back as soon as possible with some language on a moratorium while we're working on an overlay. So Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Well, I'm in strong agreement with my two colleagues. I just firmly believe that we need to be protecting the affordability and density that we currently have as rule number one as we face this housing crisis head on. And just, again, thank the Independent Living Resource Center, which is a wonderful nonprofit serving seniors that and others that shows that, again, 1 in 4 of Santa Barbara County residents in just a matter of a few years will be over 60, and we need to be protecting that. And so I'm, again, grateful to the residents for being such respectful and educated and thoughtful advocates so that we're having this discussion now. You really brought this forward, and that's what democracy and what our government should be for. And so I'm all for exploring a moratorium. I'm all for an overlay and making sure that we protect these really precious places that have been serving seniors very successfully and need to continue. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Williams.
I'm also supportive of a moratorium. The preservation of existing either de facto affordable, which these are de facto affordable, or de jure affordable is really important for our overall preservation of multiple ages and classes and peoples to be able to live in this county. And, at first blush, you might not think that it has to do with affordability, but I believe it does in that opening up the market dynamics of these parks inherently will change the ability to set what the ability to sell them at is. And as Mr. Wagner pointed out, really one of the ways, the profit making and ways to erode the rent control ordinance, the mobile home rent control ordinance, is by the park owner purchasing units. And this opens up the opportunity to purchase more units and therefore charge people at higher rates. I still would be interested to see, if Ventura County has data that's come out of that. But I think that the dynamics of these parks are such that the more that we can protect the existing homeowners there, the more you also protect affordability.
All right. And I also, before we go to Supervisor Hartman, once again, I want to thank Supervisor Nelson and Supervisor Capps. I know these are both in your districts, and the work behind the scenes that's gone on with this above and beyond, I would say. So, Supervisor Hartman.
That's partly what I was going to say. This really isn't an issue in my district in the unincorporated area, just one, and it doesn't fit this profile. But I really understand, for the reasons that Supervisor Chair Lavanino mentioned, when you own a home in a mobile home park, you're really, really vulnerable. And so this is our best shot at trying to give more certainty and more stability. And so I'm very much in favor of it and appreciate staff. This is really the speed of light for government getting something done. So I really appreciate that, because I can imagine the tremendous anxiety that people feel not knowing what the future holds. So I think the moratorium gives us a placeholder while we get this ordinance in place. Thank you.
And Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have one more question for staff or County Council. I was through some of our additional research, because we saw a condition in a lot of these that there's no on-site sales of trailers. And it made me start thinking about that relationship between the park owner and the residents. And that seems like that was supposed to be a protection for that relationship there. And could you guys speak to that kind of condition? It does seem somewhat antiquated to the way we do things today. We probably be in greater detail, but it seems like that might have been that thought process in the past, where they were trying to prevent the actual park owners from also being the landlords on those as well by having on-site sales. Is that something you guys are all familiar with, or is that might be something we need to look at with some more research?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I am not familiar with that. And so we did as much research as we could at the pace that we were working to make sure we got something back, but that's something we could look at.
And so to that extent, whatever protections we can put in place, maybe even through our housing department, against that predatory relationship between park owner and tenant, or, I guess tenant owner, the better. Because I know we got to deal with it on the land use side. Maybe there's some other ordinances that we can look at as a county to maybe that is sever that relationship, where that might be a conflict there, where it's and maybe even the DA needs to look at that as unfair business practices is potentially an issue there too. Maybe we can dive in there, because that's a deep concern of mine. A park owner has a lot of power over the future sale of that unit. They can put on additional conditions at that sale that might make it prohibitive for them to be able to sell to somebody else. And to me, that seems perverse, especially when it's potentially a sale of a senior's property or a grieving family that's dealing with settling at a estate. So it seems like it's a place that's ripe for somebody taking advantage of somebody. So whatever we can be looking at in the future, I'd be interested in hearing more about that. I don't want to slow down the process, but I'm just maybe putting that out there to community service as you guys are dealing with affordable housing. Maybe that's also some homework for myself and my own staff to be looking down that route to finding ways to further protect our seniors in our community.
Okay, before we get a motion, I think Director Plowman would like to weigh in a little bit.
I would just like to make sure we get the direction that we need to move forward in alignment with the board's wishes. So what I'm hearing is pursue the idea of a moratorium and come back with that. And then I believe what I'm hearing is have us pause work on the short-term rental ordinance again and postpone that to the next fiscal year, and then we'll take this up. And I want to know whether or not the board is interested in both overlays or just the senior overlay. So the one mobile home park overlay really is the instrument that protects from conversion or redevelopment. Most of our parks already have protection through their existing zoning. Or we could just rezone those other sites or some of the other sites. I understand that there may be one we wouldn't want to. So I would just like to get some feedback from the board on that piece of it, the non-senior piece.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lavigno. If it's not a whole lot of work that's going to slow us down, then we would want to clean things up, I would imagine. So I think there's some value in that, but I wouldn't want to see it slow down the process.
Well, if we have the moratorium, then I think we can
look at it.
Make sure that we look at all the cleanup that needs to be done. But so I think that gives us the time that we need to do it right the first time.
So what I'm hearing is that we want to protect those other mobile home parks that might be vulnerable right now for redevelopment. Okay, so we will look at the best way to do that. And then I would just make sure that you, when you make your motion, include A and B of the recommended actions.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay. Supervisor Nelson, you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'd be glad to make a motion. The recommended actions with a direction from the board to pursue a moratorium to hopefully come back as soon as possible. And then to direct planning staff to delay the short-term rental ordinance work to slot in a senior and mobile park home overlay in our general plan. So I think that's the motion.
Okay.
I will happily second that.
It's, I'm sorry, just one small correction.
Did I-
Our zoning ordinance instead of general plan.
Sorry,
Yeah.
our zoning ordinance, not our general plan. Thank you.
And that's a second. So just for the public, because we talk in government speak sometime, we didn't have the recommendations up there when we decided to vote. But we are moving forward on a moratorium that'll come back to us as soon as possible for us to vote on that. And in the meantime, we'll be looking at direction of an overlay from staff to come back to us. Okay, we have a motion. Is that correct or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we have.
Supervisor, we just want to make sure we're clear, County Council. So that second part was delay the short-term rental ordinance, as you have in your staff report. It's 3, 1, and 2. Correct? 3, which is direct to pause work on that.
Correct. 3. So we're
gonna
doing
overlay
A, B, C, 1, C, 2, C3, 1, and 2. Correct? No?
No. Let me read.
Go ahead. You give it.
It's per the
and I'll
agenda.
cross it out.
The recommendations are A, receive and file the report. B, determine this report does not constitute a project under SEQA. C, provide direction to staff. 2, small one is changed to direct staff to prepare a moratorium and return to the board as soon as possible.
Correct.
C3, direct long-range planning staff to continue to pause work on the short-term rental ordinance for fiscal year 25-26 and initiate an ordinance to create a mobile home park overlay that does both, 1, prevents redevelopment in mobile home parks, and 2, restricts conversion of senior mobile home parks to all age parks, clarifying a senior overlay should only apply to mobile home parks currently restricted to seniors.
And I will clarify that as my motion.
Okay, and that is your second.
I will
correct?
second that.
All right. All those in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back with item number 2.
Yeah, that was good. I'm going to email you. And I'll get thinking. It falls through some different departments. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, folks, let's get back at it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
What's your dog's name? Take care, guys.
Who's that with you?
This is Mindy.
All right, Mindy. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
All right, Madam Clerk, can we read item 2 into the record, please?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from First 5 Santa Barbara County Children and Families Commission. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an American Rescue Plan Act update on the child care sector relief and recovery.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors through the chair. I'm Michelle Robertson. I'm the Deputy Director for First 5 Santa Barbara County Children and Families Commission. Just waiting for the presentation to get on the screen. There we go. There it went. There it goes. All right. Well, I'm happy to be here today to introduce our community partners regarding the progress made on the American Rescue Plan Act Child Care Sector Relief and Recovery Initiative. Quite a mouthful. Just as a little bit of history, if you remember during COVID, there was a big crisis around the child care sector and whether we could keep programs open while also addressing the need of our essential and first responder workers to get back to their jobs. So United Way with several philanthropic organizations had worked specifically with Cottage Hospital to make sure that our nurses and doctors and personnel in the healthcare system could respond to the emergency. As that began to sunset, Santa Barbara Foundation took up the baton and continued the conversations around how do we stabilize the sector so that we are not in this kind of crisis moving forward. So out of your very large ARPA allocation for the county, the Board of Supervisors did put aside $2 million for us to examine how we could make sure that the child care sector had what it needed, but also how do we best serve the families to get them back to work. So this is work around the impact of COVID-19, around making sure that the economy was being rebuilt and strong, and that we would look at how we could make sure that this didn't happen again for such an essential service to our workforce. There were 7 performance measures identified in the grant cycle. That grant cycle did go out in August of 2022. The negotiations happened with the 2 partners here at the table on what they would be covering and how those would be delivered, with the contracts being approved in March 2023 and May 2023, respectively. So they've just been going a little bit over a year, almost a year and a half, and this contract culminates in June 2025. First 5, being part of the One County, One Future, was asked to help facilitate and manage this contract process. So we did release the RFAs. We act as an intermediary for the ARPA team in terms of making sure deliverables are tracked, collecting any reports and data that is needed, and then approving invoices. But the real work really happens with our community partners, and they are very excited to share with you their progress so far. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to our first presenter, Rose Levy from United Way.
Hi, Chair Lavanino, Board of Supervisors, Ms. Miyasato, thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Rose Levy, and I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships and Advancement with United Way of Santa Barbara County. I'm joined today by Steve Ortiz, our CEO. He's virtual with us. Juliana Joss, our Brighter Futures Childcare manager, and Maria Chesley, one of our partners and consultants in this space. United Way has been involved in programs and initiatives supporting childcare throughout our 100-year history, including, as Michelle mentioned, opening childcare centers during COVID to support essential workers. With the encouragement and direction of the American Rescue Plan Act partnership, United Way launched the Brighter Futures Childcare Initiative. This initiative is structured as a centralized support for parents and families, employers, and childcare providers to strengthen the sector in Santa Barbara County, specifically addressing the availability and affordability of high-quality childcare. And we are not doing this alone. We are partnered with over 30 organizations, including Santa Barbara Foundation and Children's Resource and Referral, who are joined with us here today. As we specifically talk about the ARPA contract, United Way's scope of work consists of several tasks, and I want to outline those for you today so you have a better idea of what we have been working on and where we have to continue to work through the next several months. We were tasked with completing a countywide assessment, an asset and needs assessment, surveying parents, childcare providers, and employers about the landscape of childcare in the county. We were tasked with creating a coalition of public and private partners to engage in feasible solutions to the childcare crisis in the county. We were tasked with establishing a fund for middle-income scholarships for families and establishing a fund to support employers with startup costs for employer-sponsored childcare. Identifying technical support for those same employers seeking to start childcare spaces, and to design a business support program for childcare directors and owners as well, so that they have better business planning strategies. And we were asked to create an emergency childcare plan for the County of Santa Barbara for the first responders and essential workers to have support when they are asked to respond in crisis. And we were asked also in an emergency response planning to train childcare providers in emergency preparedness and response so they are better able to keep themselves and our young ones safe in emergencies. And all of this, we were asked to focus on creating 250 new infant and toddler childcare spaces throughout the county. So overall, we are focused on building a stronger investment into childcare from the business sector, supporting the workforce, and providing opportunities throughout the community. So for close to 2 years, United Way has worked thoughtfully towards accomplishing these programs and building a more resilient childcare landscape throughout Santa Barbara County for all residents. Our work started with the creation of the Brighter Futures Childcare Coalition. This is a cross-sector group of businesses, nonprofits, childcare providers, and governments that are engaged in learning about the issues facing the childcare sector and exploring innovative approaches and feasible solutions. And it was through this coalition that United Way began to form the approaches that we have taken to our scope of work. Most notably, we have recently launched the Brighter Futures Childcare Fund. This fund is a philanthropic mechanism for public and private dollars to be centralized so that they can be used for innovative approaches to the childcare sector to help meet the needs of the community. So the fund launched with over $700,000. And some of the areas that we have designated impact of the fund are the middle income scholarships, as outlined in the scope of work, employer-sponsored childcare startup grants, technical assistance for those employers to start those childcare spaces, and for business training and emergency preparedness training for childcare providers. And I'm happy to announce that we have made our first employer-sponsored childcare startup grant. We are supporting the expansion at the UCSB Child Care Center. Because of the state adoption of TK, they are converting one of their classrooms that was a preschool classroom into an infant classroom, and we are able to give them a grant to support that work. They will be expanding their infant spaces by 25%. and that is going to provide in the next 10 years impact for over 50 infants in our community to have childcare. We have engaged over 35 local employers regarding the opportunity to start childcare for their workforces and have dedicated childcare spaces. Many employers are not yet ready to make this commitment, and we are continuing to talk with employers broadly about how they can improve their childcare benefits for their workforce. And we have a communication plan to engage an additional 75 to 100 employers within the next 2 months to continue these conversations around the investment of employers into childcare benefits for their workforce, specifically around opening childcare centers and dedicated sponsored childcare for their workforces. Also under the fund, we have launched the Brighter Futures Scholarships, and we are working with a select group of employers to roll out the application portal. And we anticipate awarding $300,000 in scholarships in the first year, which we believe will help to alleviate the severe financial burden for up to 60 families throughout the county. We have a meeting this Thursday with the employers to help roll out that application portal and get that process started. And from our scope of work, we had the needs and asset assessment that we did complete. We had a countywide survey that went out, and we published earlier this year the childcare needs and asset assessment. This assessment was focused specifically on the communities of Lompoc, Orcutt, Buellton, Carpinteria, and Guadalupe, but took the whole county into consideration. You all have copies of the full report that you can read through. But there's a lot of data points in there, and I wanted to highlight just a few things that really stood out to us about the childcare landscape throughout our community. At a high level, this report really illuminates that families across the county have different options when it comes to childcare. There are far more centers in South County compared to more family childcare in North County. And that's a big disparity between what's available in North and South County and what families have to choose from. And lower and mid-income families are much more likely to choose or only be able to choose to have a parent stay home, utilize family and friends, or have a family child care provider as their child care option compared to higher income families. But we see that regardless of geography, 30% of middle income families within our community are paying over 30% of their income on child care. This is in contrast to the national recommendation, which is 7% of your gross income to be spent on child care. And this financial burden and the access to childcare has a direct impact on our economy, on employers, and on the workforce. 72% of employers surveyed believe that childcare has harmed attendance in the workplace. And over 30% of employers believe that childcare concerns have harmed their recruitment and retention of their workforce. So the report has a lot of information, a lot of data points, and a lot of things to read and really get a better view of the whole community and the childcare that there is. So I encourage you to read that through. Lastly, and something I find very exciting, is the Emergency Child Care Plan. We are working in partnership with the Office of Emergency Management and with First Five. And this plan is a first of the kind in the nation. Through some of our partners and contractors and through our own research, we have not been able to find an example of this done anywhere. We've talked to folks at FEMA, and nobody has heard of this happening or is aware of any precedents for this type of plan. So that makes it very exciting, and it also means that we've had to grapple with a few of the complexities of this plan without any roadmap to look at. This plan is to provide childcare to county first responders and staff active in emergencies. As you know, the demand on staff during an active emergency often requires them to be away and working nights and weekends when traditional childcare providers are not open, or when their childcare provider, or during the day when their childcare provider might be impacted by the emergency. So in order to allow needed county employees to report for shifts and to do their needed duties. This plan utilizes partnerships with childcare providers throughout the county to provide options for parents outside of traditional hours to have quality care for their children when they need to help our community. We are in the process of finalizing this plan. It's been a long road, and we're really excited about that. And once finalized, the plan will be socialized with county staff, and we will work with participating agencies for ongoing trainings on the plan. So I just want to say that working with the County of Santa Barbara, with First Five, and with the Santa Barbara Foundation and all of our partners has been an honor. And United Way looks forward to carrying out the remainder of our work for the ARPA contract as we continue to grow the Brighter Futures Childcare Initiative. And we welcome the opportunity to meet with your offices to discuss any of these programs and initiatives further. And thank you very much. And I'm going to pass it off to the Santa Barbara Foundation for their updates.
Thank you very much.
So good to be here today. Thank you. My name is Liz Thazia. I am the Vice President of Programs for the Santa Barbara Foundation, and it is a real honor to be with you all today. Childcare is one of the Santa Barbara Foundation's strategic focus areas and has been for the last 10 years. The way that we see our strategic work is in terms of grant making. And so 10 years ago, we developed a grant program. It's a child care scholarship fund for middle income families to bridge that divide for those families that don't have access to supports. We also created a grant program for childcare providers that does workforce development for them. And so in these last 5 years, we awarded $2.5 million in grants for over 400 scholarships for children and providing workforce development grants to childcare providers, to 50 childcare providers. In addition to grant making, we also convene. We convene our providers, we convene our childcare partners to talk about those intractable issues. What are the needs? What are the gaps? Where are there opportunities? Thank you. Where are there opportunities? And where are there strategic levers that we can pull upon? And so in 2020, in the beginning of COVID, we brought our partners back together to have that conversation, and we advocated together for ARPA dollars, especially towards our childcare. And so I just want to pause and say thank you for being responsive to that ask. And this has brought us to this moment where we can talk about some really exciting solutions. And so the Santa Barbara Foundation was awarded about half of those ARPA funds, and we worked in very close partnership with these partners you'll see, Children's Resources and Referral, Child Care Planning Council, and Eileen Monahan with her consulting. The work that's happened, you'll be hearing, I'm actually going to let them speak for themselves. These partners are instrumental in building and expanding the number of childcare slots well beyond our expectations. They've also built momentum. So before the ARPA funds, there was good work happening, but we needed something to help with the momentum. And these dollars have actually brought us to a place where we're ready to expand even further. So I'd like to invite our partners, Michelle Graham, forward and have her speak for herself on behalf of our partnership. I'd also like to refer to you, you've got some documents, planning for childcare that Children's Resource and Referral worked in partnership with, the childcare facilities needs assessment, our childcare one-pager, et cetera.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Michelle Graham, the Executive Director for Children's Resource and Referral, and today I have the privilege of sharing a story with you. This story is about Elena, once a field worker, dreamed of a life beyond fields. As the first in her family to envision owning a business, she aimed for a great and bright future. Her journey took a transformative turn when she found Children's Resource and Referral, which she describes as her oasis in the desert. With our guidance, she navigated the complexities of opening a childcare business. While working with our coach, she overcame many personal insecurities along the way. Soon she had the assurance and the practical tools she needed to transform her home to a bright and educational environment for children. With her determination and our support, Elena successfully opened her home to care for 8 children, enabling 8 families to now work with peace of mind. Elena's story is one of 207 new family childcares you'll hear about today, successfully and significantly impacting this community with your investment by creating opportunity for 1,656 families to work with the same peace of mind while their children are in a healthy and safe learning environment. Thank you.
That is right. Our slide is outdated because every single day our number grows. It is so exciting, the momentum that's been built through these amazing partnerships and the 53-year-old infrastructure that has been built around evidence-based practices to help these women build their own businesses, contribute to their families, contribute to the economy, to their community, and provide a space for working families to have their children grow and be nurtured while they work themselves. So yes, our deliverable was to create 250 new infant toddler spaces. We decided to shock you all, and instead, we decided to create 1,142 infant toddler spaces. Not only do we address the complexities of the licensing and permitting process and systems within center-based programs and family childcare, but we help address the costs associated with such startups. And so in that, you guys, are you ready for this? I'm just thrilled because we haven't said anything publicly because we wanted you guys to be the first to hear it. $237,000 have gone to startup grants for these providers. We are just absolutely thrilled to make this announcement today. You asked us to engage with 9 center-based programs within this 2.5 years interested in expanding their infant and toddler programs. We have engaged with 18. Yes, your slide is outdated because a new one came in this week, and we have created another 314 infant toddler spaces within center-based programs. We have provided over 54,000 technical assistance services to these childcare providers in just over 2 years. This field is on fire and we're right there with it. We're so excited to be providing this service to the community that we knew we were equipped to. Not only did we create these new infant toddler spaces, but you can see this staggering almost 2,000 licensed childcare spaces for our county. And we are thrilled to be able to say that out loud today in front of you. Thank you so much for your belief in our organization. Thank you for giving us a launching pad for the belief in what we do. We couldn't do it without your investment and your belief in that system. So we thank you. We thank our partners for believing in the work our little nonprofit could do. And not only do we believe in the creation of new spaces, but we believe that basic health and safety is just not enough. We know that high quality early learning is what benefits the children and the families most in our community at large. And so part of this program is our Steps to Quality program. Once they get licensed and they've been in operations for a year, they then become part of a Steps to Quality network where they can rely on their cohorts of like-minded business women to increase the quality of their early learning environments. We partnered with Women's Economic Ventures, and that's been an absolute thrill. And we provide a 10-week business planning cohort for them. These women commit to attending every week for 10 weeks and really diving into best business practices, developing a business plan. They get assigned a coach where they get environmental rating scale assessments, and then they get a post by the time they graduate. We had women in labor on their Zooms, and then the next week show up to class with their baby. We had 100% graduation rate this last year, and we've just recently enrolled our new cohort, and we're just so excited. We love this work. We thank you for continuing to invest in it. We showed 100% increase in quality in those programs, and we're thrilled to do it again this year. So not only are we providing those new license spaces, but we're saying, hey, we're going to help you walk through the steps to quality. We're not only going to help you increase the quality in your program, but we're going to also help you expand to serve more children so they can move from 8 to 14 in these programs. And so we're simultaneously creating more licensed spaces, but ensuring that they're high quality spaces while they expand. Then they expand their business, they hire an assistant, and they create a strong business for themselves. And so it's this beautiful kind of continuum of quality improvement. They then can move into our partnership with SBCO and First Five with quality counts and work towards national accreditation. We do lead nationally. We were recognized for the highest per capita nationally accredited family child care providers in our county. Our county was recognized in Chicago per capita nationwide. So we believe in high quality here. It's no secret. You guys have sat on the board long enough with First Five. You know that quality is very important in our county. So we continue to work towards that. I'm thrilled to talk and represent the work done with our Child Care Planning Council and SBCEO. As you can see, you give us a deliverable and we're going to shock you. Christian and SPCO, they were charged to identify a certain set of students. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this and my slide says something different. They were to engage with 200 students by 2025. They have not only put 55 teachers through infant toddler units. I think what it's really important to hear is that is 55 new classrooms. That is shocking. 55 new infant toddler classrooms in those 55 students. So that's incredible. They've also identified 460 professionals in our county ready to engage in this learning. They already have 16 new applications for the next cycle, and they've grown in their partnerships with Santa Barbara City College and Allen Hancock College. We're so proud of those partnerships and the collaboration. We couldn't do it without those city colleges, and they're open to hosting more infant toddler classes as we move forward. Last but not least, we were charged with creating some amazing documents. You have some in your hands. You were also provided electronically. They're hefty documents, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of great nuggets in there. The first document was the Child Care Facilities Needs Assessment, and that looked at county-wide. Where are we sitting as far as facilities? Because we recognize that this is a multifaceted field. You can't have new licensed spaces without having facilities, and you can't have facilities and new licensed spaces without the workforce. So we identified that and worked together with our partnerships to ensure that we can create this multifaceted approach to the child care sector. So the Child Care Facilities Needs Assessment really highlights the needs and the unmet needs in our county, and also where we sit now and what our goals are in the future. And then that Planning for Child Care report is the land use report. We actually hosted 4 learning sessions with our city planning, and we were really happy that all of them attended, all 4 of them. They really contributed, bought into one another, leaned into understanding where cities sat in their current policies. Both of those reports are going to lend to the development of the master plan that will be developed by the end of this calendar year. That master plan will be utilized as a best practice guide to really help our county make some countywide decisions and maybe align our cities more with best practices and how we can serve each city individually to ensure that new childcare facilities and childcare should be in every conversation when it comes to development. And how do we do that? How do we align our cities to make sure that we all value the same things? So again, thank you so much for allowing us to come and share our successes and celebrations with our partners here with us. We're so excited to be here, and I know that we're all here ready and willing to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Awesome. Jackie, you're going to have to get fired up about this subject, you know? Like, do we have any public comment on this matter?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we do have one request to speak. We will move to Santa Barbara with James Carriaco.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your investments, the $2 million in Rescue Plan Act funding. When I see the early reporting, when I see the early results that are coming back, it gives me hope that perhaps here in Santa Barbara County, we can take what is nationally considered to be a broken market, a service that costs too much and pays too little, and make it actually work here in this county for our residents. I think it's important to note that this is a crisis that for too long hid in plain sight. I'm glad to see that our county and cities are beginning to address it now. I'm hopeful that more of our local cities will take more positive steps and more proactive steps going forward to partner with the county, to partner with some of the providers that you've heard from. The City of Goleta now provides ongoing funding on a year-over-year basis. This year, we will be investing $250,000 of our Measure B sales tax in providing access to affordable, high-quality childcare in our community. I look forward to opportunities to partner with the county, to partner with Brighter Futures, to partner with the Santa Barbara Foundation and the folks that are aligned as part of their effort to stabilize our sector as we plan for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hartman.
There's so much to say that I remember back when we were thinking about allocating this money, and Supervisor Williams said, you know, I really want some accountability here, and I really want to understand how this is going to be spent. And so we took a little break, and you all went to work, and I don't think in our wildest imaginations we would have expected what we're seeing here. I think part of that stems from the fact that you'd been collaborating previously, so you had the relationships and trust and could come together. But I've been so impressed by how you've gotten private dollars and charitable dollars to be invested here. And I mean, how you've exceeded all your performance measures. I mean, you just knocked it so far out of the park. It's unbelievable. But it's not just subsidies to people. You've really dealt with the underlying structure. And that is so profound. And it's easy to think about these things, but it's so hard to actually do it. And I remember when I first came into office, United Way in North County was working on trying to increase licensed childcare. And it's just not an easy thing to do. But one of the most impressive things that you're doing is the professional development for licensed childcare providers and upping the quality over time. I have my 2.5-year-old grandson here, and it's delightful, but it's lonely work when you're left all day caring for a child. And you know, if it's 6 or 8, so creating a sense of professionalism and knowledge base that that you can refer to, coaches, that is absolutely, I think, the heart of what you're doing. And it's, and then to go off to community college and get more license, and it just, it's going to uplift our whole community in really important ways. And I guess, I'm working on the Adult and Aging Network, and we're facing a similar issue in caregiving for seniors. And I'm sort of wondering in my mind are you creating a model that we might look to think about that as well? But thank you, congratulations, especially for the emergency, that path-breaking program. I forget how many, but how many CEO Miyasato emergencies have you declared since 2014? But we're almost in a constant state of emergency, and so I get to speak to Halftime Highlights new employees who've been there 6 months, and one of the first things I say is, by virtue of working for the county, you're an emergency worker, and if there's a catastrophe, we can't do like they did in Katrina. We have to show up, but now you're providing something so that people aren't going to be anxious and have their attention split. They'll know that their children are being well cared for. So this has been one of the most exciting things I've seen while I've been on the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavigno. Great work, everybody involved. I mean, really appreciate everything that's gone into this. And I have a couple probing questions, and so I don't take my inquisitiveness as criticism. I'm just trying to understand the pieces here as we move forward. I saw 2 assessment reports. So did both organizations do assessment reports? Is there a merging of this at some point? How does this all work?
One is on childcare need in general, and one is on facilities.
Gotcha. So that they're different.
Right.
Okay, so
but
they stack on
I
each
know
other.
that the 2 organizations did work to align numbers.
Okay, that was my trying to figure that out. And then as far as the United Way, you mentioned that you guys have a $700,000 fund that you guys are working through. Is that remaining portion of what you haven't spent yet as part of your $1 million allocation, or is that county funds, ARPA funds, and other funds that you've included in this?
Yeah, the Brighter Futures Childcare Fund that has opened, which did launch with over $700,000. That's a combination of some of the ARPA funding as well as contributions from some unrestricted dollars from United Way, as well as the city of Goleta, some of their Measure B funding. Okay. And it is a philanthropic mechanism, so it is able to take public and private dollars to contribute to that fund as well.
Okay, and I'm sure you guys are working on spending those ARPA dollars first, because we need you to spend them first to count.
Yes, of course.
Okay, just trying to keep on top of this. So you guys have been working on technical care and business planning grants. So I'm just trying to understand, because there's these 2 different organizations, and it seems like there's some overlap, or how does that exactly work? Because that sounded like some of the things that Resource and Recovery was doing as well. Michelle?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Yeah. So when we did the original RFA, the panel, who was a group of neutral, some county people, some community people, we wanted to make sure we had diversified approaches, right? So we knew that there was already success with R&R and Childcare Planning Council, and we considered that a traditional program. Yeah. They were working with existing providers, or specifically around their expertise is absolutely in family child care, although they do have centers as well. What was unique about the United Way approach is the lessons we learned through the work with Cottage and employers, and how it really was directly affecting the workforce. So it's different. I've been a family child care provider, and I've run centers as well. So I know it's different kind of skill sets, but an underlying sense of business. And a lot of people go into the child care field without business knowledge, right? They go into it because they love children. So while Women's Economic Venture is one of the components of the traditional business planning, we also wanted to look at
what were some other business models that could be considered in terms of like a real small business? And because United Way has so many connections with businesses throughout the county, we wanted them to establish something a little bit different for that. And so that's why there's two, because this is also an opportunity for us to learn from this.
And I'm seeing that, and what I think I'm learning is the traditional and proven method's actually the one that we're getting our bang for the buck right at this point. Because
it was faster. I'll say that it was faster because it was already established. The United Way approach is new, and therefore it's taking a little bit longer to get going.
Right. So, and I heard, so we've been able to do one grant so far is in that approach, and we still got 9 months left in this contract, and we still have, 70% of the funds that haven't been expended yet. So I'm just trying to understand how, I know it's new, but I did see on the slide from Santa Barbara Foundation that there were still some gaps there, and so as these dollars need to be expended at a certain time. I'm just trying to figure this all out. We still have 56% of the dollars cumulatively that still haven't been spent, and I want to make sure in the time that we have left, because these ARPA dollars are really important, that we get them spent at a certain period of time.
Sure.
That we get them out in a way that we're getting the most bang for our buck. Moving forward. So
Santa Barbara Foundation, correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, but still has over 400,000 unspent dollars in their grant right now. And
it's 463 with Santa Barbara Foundation, 720.
So there can definitely, if a budget adjustment needs to happen so they could reallocate to serving more, we will work with them on that as their contract manager.
Yeah, and I was actually thinking both of them, because it seems like just, almost 55% of all the funds are still not spent yet.
Yeah.
And we're down to only 9 months left in the contracts. So that's where I'm just highlighting that if, at some point we may want to tighten that up as we move forward, because it's not just your contract that you have to deal with. We have fiduciary responsibilities of the federal government that these dollars are spent in a timely manner. And I just want to make sure as we get closer to that end period that we're making sure that those are deployed in whatever way possible. And because of that tight timeline, we may not have the flexibility for experimental. We're working on that, but we need to get to a place where we can actually deploy those dollars. And so that's where I'm just sounding a little bit of the alarm that maybe we need to look back at this and maybe in another 3 months or so, or 4 months before we get to the end of the contract, so that we might be able to amend them to make sure that we're deploying these dollars and finding additional gaps. Because what I was seeing there again was there were still some gaps in the traditional proven market that we're seeing some of these big numbers in. It just makes sense from my perspective that we should be trying to hit all those first, if that's the low-hanging fruit. We still have a lot of low-hanging fruit.
And that is absolutely at the discretion of the board. It is not a first five contract. We do not hold the funds or hold the contract. We are the intermediary between the County of Santa Barbara and the organization. So at your direction, we will take whatever path you would like us to.
Well, I think I'm looking for advice more than anything as we're getting towards this, because you guys are the one that managing that contract.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking as we get closer. I need your expertise, because you're in it daily, to say, hey, Mona, hey, board, this is what we're seeing. We're getting towards the end. We might want to adjust these things. Maybe some of the grants that United Way actually will go over to when it's cross over a little bit. I don't know how that exactly would work, but it would make sense as we try to get those dollars out.
I can assure you, as contract manager, if I feel like it's getting close, I will bring those concerns forward and open that discussion. But at this time, although we're a little behind on some of it, I'm confident that we're going to be successful.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think that there's one other element that we haven't talked about that has potentially slowed down. The work has been much more successful than I hoped for. I mean, I just want to say that accountability wasn't so much my message, though that was important. The accountability was that a subsidy for its own sake was deserved, but doesn't produce a long-term functional result. A subsidy for the purpose of increasing slots, on the other hand, especially where we need it the most in infant, is dramatically important for the future. So, and one thing we haven't discussed is that there are many things that add to the fear of providers to expand infant toddler slots, but the state building code is one of the most terrifying, and there has been additional tightening that was expected to take place. And so can you just explain that? Because that's a really important factor. We might see a leap and bound increase if we keep at it, because everybody was terrified about this building code change going into effect.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Through the chair, I will address the subsidy issue first, because that was one of the, what we called the subsidy dilemma when we first brought data to you back in April of 2022, is that there's been a lot of state and federal subsidy dollars that have come online over the last 5 years for early childhood. So much so that millions upon millions of subsidies have come to both County Office of Ed and R&R in terms of alternative payment programs, not to mention expansion of state preschool and general child care dollars. What we found in part of the dilemma that caused the crisis is all of these came to programs who served children who qualified for subsidies, right? So when we asked for the allocation to increase the infant toddler slots, part of that business planning that we've been talking about is how do these providers take those subsidies, use them to diversify their revenue streams, therefore making themselves more stable, right? So I would want to report on that at the end too. How many of those new slots are now taking subsidies that can be used for families? Then there's those families that do not qualify, right? By $1. They've missed the subsidy by $1. But that doesn't mean that they're not needing care or needing to work. And so that's the part where that missing middle is being addressed, and we're seeing how that works. To pivot now to your comment about the specific fire marshal ordinance that came out from the state, somehow slipped under the radar that the state fire marshal, without consultation to the State Department of Social Services, who runs the licensing for childcare, changed the fire ordinance to require sprinklers in buildings for any program that has more than 5 infants in care. That stalled a ton of the expansion work because that terrified people to serve infants, because it was going to be between $30,000 and $200,000 in facility dollars that had to happen. A lot of these programs operate in faith-based institutions or in homes, and it became cost prohibitive. So all of that work stalled for a little bit until some advocacy happened, and at this point, that new ordinance is stalled till 2027, but that is going to be here in a blink of the eye. So we're waiting for more negotiations on that.
Unintended consequences, right? Sounds like a good idea.
And I guess my bottom line is, I think that preserving the balance between what we've invested on is working right now, and so this expansion of infant slots, while it's new and different, should be we should persevere on that.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just want to add, before I ask my questions, just the hip, hip hooray for all of the energy and the progress. By my potentially bad math, you reached 340% of the goal, which usually doesn't happen. So, and I just wanted to note, and I might get in trouble here, but just there is a stereotype of women being such good collaborators, and as a representative to the Childcare Coordinating Council, I can't, honestly, I go to your meeting sometimes. I was just at your retreat. I can't tell really who's with whom, kind of to Supervisor Nelson's question about potential overlap, because it just feels like a campaign. It feels like an entity in and of itself. And we feel that here today, just the let's roll up our sleeves. We know that how dire it is. We know the statistics. We know we're, I think, 54th out of 58th in terms of most expensive county for childcare. We know, all of the barriers, but you're taking those barriers and not letting that deter you, and it's clear by the solid results. So kudos. And I just want to pick up sort of where Supervisor Williams just left off on terms of what the county can do and with these challenges to permitting so that we can get more facilities. I understand, and I know Director Plowman is here, that we've tried to streamline some of our processes. I know the City of Goleta does, but just for the public's awareness and my refreshment, could you talk about that, please? Because I just want to make sure that we're not holding anything up, or at least as much as possible, we're not holding things up for new facilities to come online. Thank you.
Sure. I think it was almost 2 years ago. No.
Yeah, I think it was Supervisor Hart.
It was like 13 months ago.
Yeah.
Actually. Supervisor Hart had asked the department to take up the issue of child care facilities and work to streamline the permitting. So the first thing that we did that was included in the ordinance that was passed was we allowed large family daycare homes of 14 or fewer kids by right. It had previously required a permit that was appealable. So now those are allowed by right. And then we looked at the other smaller daycare centers of 50 children or less, and instead of requiring a conditional use permit, we now require a land use permit or a coastal development permit if you're in the coastal zone. So that's a much easier process. It's less expensive, but it is still an appealable permit. And then we allowed daycare centers serving up to 50 children on commercially zoned properties and residentially zoned properties with assembly uses. So that's like schools, churches, conference centers, community centers, or clubhouses. So you could have child care facilities there. Mm-hmm. And then we removed existing regulations that limited the use of the daycare facilities on, like in a business, to just the employees that were working there. So now it can be open to more individuals in the community. So those are the things that we did recently. We can certainly look at other opportunities. We are working on a program that is going to be making more uses and development truly ministerial. So it's something we could look at as part of that process to change whether or not you need a land use permit for daycares with 50 kids or less. There may be reasons why we want a permit in those circumstances too, but it's something we could certainly add to the topics that we're looking at.
Thank you for that. I just would maybe toss it back to you all. And on the facilities, and I'll need to read this report, so I'm sure it's in here, but on the facilities, did anything that Director Plowman just spoke to, does that, are there any other barriers that we could begin to work on in terms of the actual, transitioning a facility to a child care facility, the permit process, et cetera?
Thank you. So actually, Eileen Monahan is able to take this question. She's one of the authors of this report. So I'd love to welcome her if we can have her on the screen.
Great.
I believe she's speaking from Santa Barbara.
I'm actually in my car.
Got it.
Hello, everyone. I thank you for the question, and I think that the work that the city has, the county has done so far, that was just described, is really going to make a big difference. It was done as part of sort of a cleanup, as I understand it, of the language that's already in there around childcare. There's more that could be done in terms of simplifying the application process, including childcare in the general plan, which would then sort of set the tone for the work that comes after that. And then specifically in zoning to help open up the number of zones where childcare is allowed by right or with a very minor permit. It's really difficult for a childcare provider to go through the whole permitting process while operating a childcare program that operates at the margins in terms of profit. And so they typically don't have a lot of money to hire a contractor, an architect, those kinds of things, or someone to process the permit for them. So the easier it is and the more zones that allow childcare in a that have designated those zones where those zones are where childcare is designated, then that makes the process much easier and it'll open the doors for more childcare programs.
Thank you, Eileen. And I just, along those lines, I do want to understand better how many employers are providing childcare. If you can speak to some, or what would it take for an employer to develop a part of their unused facility? I can think of a few that to transition that into a childcare facility, or if you could also just highlight. I try to draw attention to those who are doing good things. So if you could highlight a few employers that are providing childcare.
Sure. So there are more limited employers throughout the county that are already engaged in employer-sponsored childcare. Namely, we often think of UCSB, Cottage Health, Children's Resource and Referral actually provides childcare and is opening a center that will serve some of their employees. And so there's kind of two models in which businesses can be engaged in childcare. One is if they are owning and operating that childcare center themselves, like we see with the ones I mentioned, and the spots are specifically for or given priority for their own workforces. The other way, which we have seen with a center that I think is soon to be opening on the Riviera using the Yardy building, is where an employer takes unused space and just leases it to a provider, but it's not necessarily designated for their own workforce. It is just an additional provider. So I think where we are focused with our initiatives at United Way is really getting that employer buy-in so that more employers have skin in the game and are expanding their benefits to their workforces and really scaling up the options and the resources for families across the county. It's hard, I will say. I think there was a lot of excitement and momentum through COVID when childcare was so keenly felt as a burden and a necessity. Yeah. But as some of those impacts from the pandemic lessened, some of the drive and the emphasis for employers to be investing in dedicated childcare spaces has lessened. So we are having the conversations. We are reaching out to folks. We are trying to have those conversations. I think what I will say kind of broadly from the conversations we've had with employers is they're aware that childcare is an issue for their workforces, but opening spaces that they are financially and legally liable for is a big lift. And so we're trying to have broad, overarching conversations about expanding childcare benefits for the workforce so that on every level, parents and caregivers can choose to engage in the workforce in the way in which they want, and that we have a healthy, strong workforce and economy throughout the county.
Great.
I will just add, there's very few in our county, and we would love to have like a Patagonia, example in our county. But I think one opportunity that we can explore more is with our housing and planning and development, and as new units and communities are built, could we embed childcare right in there? I will also mention that the Audacious Foundation is really exploring the One model, which is a senior citizen and child care daycare center together. Right. So that there's a senior component and a child care component, and they're benefiting together for that. And that's something that we can explore as they are rolling out their pilots.
Yeah.
I also wanted to invite Jackie I'm Jackie Ford. CR&R has developed a really remarkable, it's both a campaign, but it's also a program called Businesses for Kids. And the work that you're doing with the agricultural industry and with farm workers about kind of a growing your own process.
Yeah, sure. And I just want to, am I not on? It looks, sorry. I also want to say, because I was hoping somebody would ask and I was leaving some fruit for you to pick later, but I should also state that we have 533 women on our wait list right now, today, ready to open a family childcare license. We just don't have the funding to do so. Now, you spoke on the leftover funding. That's operating costs, that's paying for our coaches, that's paying for professional development, that's paying for the business cohorts, but that our startup provider grant dollars have been completely expended at a staggering $236,000 has been provided in startup grants to the child care centers and family child care providers who have started their businesses. There have been 31 family child care providers who we have still helped obtain their license but have not received startup grants or reimbursements for their startup costs. And there are 7 center-based programs who have not received provider grants. However, we're continuing to provide the technical assistance and coaching free of cost. I think that's really important to mention. In 2012, we initiated an enhanced referral program, and it kind of fell to the wayside because it was during the recession. But that enhanced referral program is something we've talked with our United Way partners about, which is it was really supporting employers in helping their employees and their workforce find licensed childcare. And it was more of an enhanced referral. As you know, referral is in our name, and we have, a search widget, and we have referral specialists that can walk families through the finding licensed care that fits their family's needs. But an enhanced referral was more of a concierge type service to an employer specific to their workforce. And so we established it in 2012. We renamed it Businesses for Kids, or B for Kids. And it's an exciting initiative that we believe in, and it certainly has some momentum here in North County, more so, but we've met with the chambers, and we've also worked closely with the ag departments in embedding our search widget into their human resources department and ensuring that their families have access to the licensed care in their communities. We've worked really diligently the last couple of years in building trust within the community, the field community, the field workers. And in fact, because of those partnerships and that trust, we actually enrolled 648 children from the ag community into our subsidized program. That equates to about $750,000 a month we pay in subsidy for those families to access care. And they were real nervous about working with an organization, but that trust has been really important. It has led to a lot of conversations, as you heard Michelle Graham share the story of the field worker obtaining her license. Originally they're providing illegal care for $20 a day maybe, and now we're saying, no, you can have a career, you can make a living wage, and you can contribute to your family in a meaningful way.
Can you just, Ms. Banta, if you could just repeat that 533, those women are waiting to open their own?
You heard that right. Wow. Ms. Capps, we have 533 on our wait list. And when we talk about momentum, we're really, it's an understatement of the year. They're ready. They trust us. They have relationships with the coaches. And they are ready. That means that they've already taken the first step in attending a community care licensing orientation, and they're already assigned a coach, and we're helping with the technical assistance side of it. Many have the startup financial barriers that prevent them from taking that next step forward. And that's what's kind of our pause at this point.
And would you say that the majority of those are intending to open them in their own homes, or?
Yeah, so 533 of them are opening them in their homes. But as we said earlier, we are working with 18 center-based programs. We have stipend out 11 of those with provider grants. The remaining 6 we're out of funding, but $226,000 have gone to center-based programs. And while I take that traditional statement to heart, because I really believe in the grassroots nonprofit organization, we are innovative, we are strategic, and we are ready and willing to continue to grow that momentum.
And if I could just, my last question, just for anyone who wants to answer, what would be good for us to know as low-hanging fruit for things that in the next phase to tackle? I know money is going to be an answer, but what if there's something that we should just be aware of, or I should be aware of? I'd love to know of something. Oh, if we just fixed X, then you have amazing command of numbers. Then we'd serve, X number more kids.
I think continuing to invest in the machine that we know is working. Our partnerships, we believe in each other. We believe in our partnerships. Like you said, we believe the greatest impact comes from collaboration. We've said that from day one. I was in the very first Emergency Childcare Initiative meeting. I was then pregnant. I then sat on a medicine ball in labor at Marion Medical Hospital, forming our very first vaccination clinic with public health. I believe in the collaboration. I believe in the work and the impact of partnership. So continue investing in the organizations that are on fire for this work. And we will continue to blow your expectations out of the water.
Wow, thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lavin. And I was going to pick up that fruit, Jackie, just so you know, because I did the math, and it's for 533 spots. My understanding it's $3,500 a unit there. So startup costs that they were looking at them. That's a $1.8 million. That would get us 4,200 spots. I mean that's at less than $440 a spot. And to me, that's just a really powerful number, and that's why I'm trying to think where do we find those dollars? And I don't want to cannibalize anything, but at the same time, if those are going to go and spent, I want to make sure that they're going towards something that is traditional and innovative, as Children's Resource and Referrals has displayed. And then I also saw in here that we have this gap of identified professionals for the early childhood education side too, so that getting invested in there too. So I think that there's some opportunities for some significant investments. It's always hard here at the county when we have limited general fund dollars with such huge missions. This is something we all care about. The work that former Supervisor Hart had done. I was actually working with him on that. I was his alternate on the as the board member on the Planning Council at that time. So I think we're all committed to trying to solve some of these problems here, and would be interested on finding other creative ways to find additional funds to stick in this where necessary. I wonder if there are dollars that are available in social services that could be allocated towards these types of things that are more discretionary in nature, or I just think as a county, as we're looking at those types of things, finding ways to score away dollars into these investments, I think would go a long way, and I would support those type of decisions in the future.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because to me it's some of the issues that we face on a weekly basis here on the Board of Supervisors feel like problems, societal issues that almost are too big to even tackle, right? You've got homelessness and poverty and affordable housing and the opioid epidemic, and you just get overwhelmed. So it's nice every once in a while if you have the right people with the right energy and the right partnership, can make significant strides in trying to address an issue, especially something as important as this. So the song came into my head, This Girl Is on Fire, but it was This Group Is on Fire, right? This group is on fire. And anybody that is watching, I'm going to make a shameless plug for a book here, that if you're trying to figure out how to kind of move forward and tackle these types of things, there's a great book called Brave Leadership. 5 characteristics that will ignite your leadership potential. Happened to be written by Michelle and Jackie. And I looked it up right away after I went and visited the Children's Resource and Referral Center, because it was like the first place that I've walked into in a long time where the culture was so thick in there of wanting to tackle an issue and be positive and not just look at something like, oh man, this thing is way too big for us. And so it was a nice breath of fresh air to run into. Every employee I ran into is on the same end of the rope saying, we've got to find somebody to, we've got to fill this spot. We've got to find this person what they need and how to take care of them. So I'm with you that obviously this is a financial issue that we're going to have to tackle. And I know it's a priority for all of us. There are many other priorities also in the county, so it's kind of like juggling a lot of times. But we will do our best. The fact that we have, 533 people already lined up that are ready to go, we don't want to lose that momentum either. So with that, I will take a motion. This is basically receive and file.
I'll move a receive and file, but also with, direction that we, attempt to look mid-year at how we can address that backlog in slots without losing momentum on our other fronts on childcare.
Right. And it might not have to be all of it at once, but to keep the momentum going. Yeah.
Well, I'll second that.
Okay. So I guess that's direction to the CEO to kind of come back with some options.
That's right.
Yes. Excellent. All right. So all those in favor? Oh, wait. Is that a second? Yeah. Yep. Okay. And you accepted the... Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Discretion of the board. I'm putting it up for a vote. Do you guys want to keep going? We have 2 more items. Staff is voting yes. Are you ready to eat? Or what do you want to do? We have 2 items left and closed session. So, yeah. Okay. 4's going to be long. Okay, so why don't we just go ahead and take our break now then? Lunch is here. So, Madam Counsel, can you kind of tell us what we're talking about, how long it might be?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board is scheduled for closed session for 1 item, conference with labor negotiators involving employee, county executive officer, and the agency designated representative is Chair Levanino.
Okay.
And I believe the time estimate is an hour?
I think so.
Okay.
Why don't we try to get back by 1 o'clock, 50 minutes? Okay? All right. All right, welcome back. We're going to reconvene this meeting of the October 8th Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam County Counsel, can you please read out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item with conference with labor negotiators, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please read item 3 into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the fourth quarter fiscal year 2023 through 2024 update on cannabis taxation, compliance, and enforcement.
Brittany?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Brittany Oderman, Deputy CEO, and I have with me today our Cannabis Program Manager, Carmela Beck, and I'm going to turn it over to her for the presentation.
Right, good afternoon. So I'll be presenting today's fiscal year 23-24 Q4 Cannabis Taxation, Compliance, and Enforcement Report. I'll be touching on the five following topics, including tax receipts and compliance, land use permitting, business license activity, enforcement of illegal activity, and objectives for the upcoming quarters. The Treasurer Tax Collector Office collected $1.8 million in cannabis gross tax receipts in Q4, with an annual to-date collected of approximately $5.8 million. Collections were less than Q4 last year and were lower than projected due to delayed retail opening dates and due to lower than expected receipts from the Isla Vista and Santa Ynez retail locations. Also, projections made in spring 2023 were overstated. The projections have since been reduced to reflect trends and opening dates in the current adopted budget. The total revenue collected for the County of Santa Barbara's cannabis program over a 6-year period from 2018 through 2024 is approximately $55 million. The average yearly tax revenue generated is approximately $9.2 million. The fiscal year 24-25 current tax revenue projection is $6.1 million. Flat revenues from fiscal years 22 through 25 indicate that market conditions have not improved. In Q4, we had 56 operators that were required to report their gross receipts. Of the 56 operators, 5 operators did not report because they are not currently in operation. Their state licenses and county business licenses will not be renewed this year. 11 of the 56 operators reported 0 gross receipts because they did not harvest in Q4, and 40 of the 56 operators reported and made timely payments. All 56 operations are accounted for. There are no delinquent payments. The Treasurer Tax Collector's Office provided the following bulleted list of activities they take to ensure proper reporting of gross tax revenue. As a refresher, TTC sends quarterly statements to operators detailing the expected taxable transfer units. Upon receipt of the tax reports, they are thoroughly reviewed for underreporting and discrepancies. Third-party audits by consultant HDL verified figures and pricing for their accuracy. Preliminary HDL audit reports have been reviewed internally. One audit has been finalized, and the second audit is still pending. HDL is funded and intends to conduct 6 cultivation audits in the current fiscal year to complement ongoing compliance work. Planning and development is continuing with their land use permitting activities. The submitted permit acreage continues to exceed the acreage cap. There are still 3 cannabis projects on appeal, and there have been several actions taken on existing approved cannabis entitlements, although no new entitlements were issued for new cannabis operations. There are 56 county business licenses that are currently pending. Barriers to entry remain high, including limited access to capital, poor market conditions, regulatory hurdles, and high infrastructure, permitting, licensing, and appeal costs. The 4 out of 6 dispensaries that have yet to open continue to be in various stages of the building and permitting process. The Orcutt Dr. Green Thumb's build should be completed by November. The applicant has submitted a county business license and DCC license applications for their respective reviews. The business anticipates opening their doors sometime between December 2024 and January 2025. Licensing delays may impede the timeline. The Los Alamos Haven location needs to pay their fees in order to start the plan check review for new construction. The business anticipates opening their doors sometime between January and March of 2026. The Eastern Goleta Valley Island Drift location has poured concrete, put up their wood framing, and is continuing with the build-out. The business anticipates opening their doors sometime between April and June of 2025. Edison electrical installation delays and licensing delays may impede the timeline. The Toro Canyon, Summerland, Santa Claus Lane location plan check fees have been paid, and the project is in plan check review. The business anticipates opening their doors sometime between July and September of 2025. Licensing delays may impede the timeline. The Sheriff's Office is actively pursuing illegal activity. They completed 5 enforcement actions in the fourth quarter. 271 pounds of dried product was confiscated at an estimated street value of $180,000. Lastly, the Cannabis Regulation and Licensing Team has identified the 5 following objectives for the upcoming quarters, including 1, to finalize implementation of the state audit general recommendations, 2, to review and propose Chapter 50 ordinance amendments, 3, to explore development of a fee schedule to issue citations to address compliance code violations, 4, to continue the financial monitoring and tax audit process, and 5, to continue to improve the business license application process. Our recommended actions today are to receive an update on the fiscal year 23-24 fourth quarter cannabis status report and to make a CEQA determination. That concludes our presentation, and Deputy CEO Brittany Oderman and I are here to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Levanino. If you go back to that slide on the retail locations for a moment, I think. Oh, back one. So if I heard right, 3 of the 4 are active in actual construction and moving forward, and 1 is still dragging their feet and not even paying the fees to the building department. And I guess that's Los Alamos Haven, which is in my district. And, it's something that I've been bringing up time and time again, that, we gave these licenses 1 per community plan area. And I think that some operators took that to heart, got after it, and there's obviously lots of reasons. I think Los Alamos is new construction, but I mean, how many years has it been at this point of this process since those licenses were given? I think I'm ready to move to reopening the Los Alamos permitting or the license on that one. I think at this point, they're just sitting there waiting for their fees to even be paid so they can begin their construction process. So they're, I don't think, making a good faith effort to comply here. And so I'd be interested in what that process would look like. And maybe a question for planning, how long have they had their fees that given to them and not been paid? Do we know that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I don't have that information at hand, but I can get it.
Okay, if you would, but I think regardless of what that number is, it's been a long period of time, and I don't know what the policy direction that we can make to reopen that one. I know we never really contemplated that. When this originally happened, everybody said it was the highest priority ever, and they were going to get started tomorrow, and a lot of them have dragged their feet for quite some time, and there's a lot of reasons for that. There's a downturn in the economy, interest rates have gone up. Cannabis retail isn't what it used to be. The illegal market is flourishing. There's lots of good reasons for the business model to have changed, but I think we as a board have been pushing on them, and I think at some point when you were looking at not till 2026 at this point, that I'm personally ready to move on or reopen it. And maybe they're still the best operator, but maybe that opportunity, that exclusivity that they've had is expired.
Yeah, I'm curious. What's the legal ramifications and what's the process for if we wanted to do something like that? Because I'm with you. I mean, this was supposed to be the golden ticket, and no one's cashing it. I mean, they're not cashing in it. So,
thank you, Chair Lavanino and Supervisor Nelson. We do have a mechanism to consider an application abandoned within Chapter 50, and then that would then allow us to go to the next operator on the list. In this case, for Los Alamos, there's only one other operator, and we'd go through a process of engaging in conversations with them and see if they were still interested. There are maybe some more challenges related to this particular operator and the fact that they've vested in their permit. They have a grading permit and they have vested. They don't have building permits, but I think the reason they haven't paid currently has to do with additional investments as they're working out some issues with a neighbor, is my understanding. And so there's a lot going on with the process. So I don't know if I know we had asked this question of council, and we have some information, but I think Jenna's here, and I don't know if you would want to provide some additional information, but I think we have some challenges. Thanks.
Chair Labanino and Supervisors, so what we talked about was through the planning and development land use entitlement process, some of the permits have set out timelines and opportunities for extension, and the building permits, whatever stage they're at right now, even though they haven't paid fees, at some point there's an outside end where they have to pay, or they may not be able to move forward with those permits.
Supervisor Capps.
Just a data point, I spoke with the developer, the one in my district, and he said they just got their permit and they're ready to go early 2025.
If I could, go back to, there's a land use, but there's two pieces to all these permits, right? There's a business license and there's a building permit. So I'm ready to move on from the business license for the Los Alamos location. And if we need to have an abandonment hearing so that they can present their information, because I'm not a party to everything you have, but maybe the board could have a process where we heard from them. Because at this point, I'm a little less receptive to the timeline that's being proposed. And that's a proposal, and I know how planning that's the best case scenario, right? They're not proposing the worst case scenario. So probably, just knowing our process, add another year to that, and that's probably what we're looking at. So I'm not optimistic, and maybe if this other operator is not interested, then maybe Los Alamos doesn't have one. I know it's kind of hanging over the heads of the Los Alamos community, and it's been out there for quite some time. Maybe open it up altogether. Maybe there's a third operator out there that never contemplated it. Maybe there's an existing building. I don't know. I don't have anything in mind, but I just think at this point, all the goodwill has been used up.
Thank you, Chair Labanino, Supervisor Nelson. One thing to consider is if we open this back up, we're then looking at another process that takes potentially years. And so there is that for the timeline. We do reach out to the operators on a regular basis in our office to get updates, and we give them, you need to give us an update on where you are in the process, where you are with your permit. We will consider this application abandoned if you don't respond and give us an update as to where, the actions you've taken. And it's a very slow moving ship, but things are happening. And so we felt like to date, everybody's being responsive. Now, they haven't broken ground. They're not building. So I get that. So we can continue. We can explore this, what our options are, but we will need to reach out to the operator and give them due process, right, for response. And so if that's your direction.
That's my direction. From the last time that we went through this, it was kind of some saber rattling up here on the board about it. And since then, the Orchid location's moving forward. They got signs up. The Goleta one's pouring concrete. Mission accomplished, I think, from the board. But I think there's still one of them out there that's not listening. Just the fact that there's outstanding fees that haven't been paid doesn't really strike confidence in me that they're as motivated on this in the first place. It was an unpopular location in the Los Alamos community, from what I understood in the first place. Not that that's a reason to move forward with abandonment. I feel like they've had every effort. I love due process. And I want to protect due process, and let's find a way to go through it. And if they present a case that I think satisfies this board, maybe we abandon that. But right now I'm not impressed.
Supervisors, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I think this is an issue that we have often, where there's the land use side of things and land use permits, and then the business licensing that's in Chapter 50. And so I think there's progress at different levels in these. And so we would have to look at the land use issues with the county council and planning as far as their land use permit and their grading activities, which is related but actually separate than the cannabis licensing Chapter 50 things. So we will look at both. We understand Supervisor Nelson's intent, and we will look at both, and we hear you loud and clear, and we will try to figure out what we can do, and if necessary, bring an item back to you if we need any changes.
That satisfies me. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I agree that we have agreed together on the principle of the use it or lose it. And, I think it's important. Holding a hearing would put some teeth into that. I agree with the idea that reopening it will probably take even longer, but only if you accept the idea that the applicant is really going to go through with it, which is the hard part to accept if people are taking an interminably long time. So I guess that's why this might be functional.
Supervisor Capps?
Well, if we can, I agree on the dispensaries. I just had a question on your last slide. I think it's slide 11 that talks about sort of things on the horizon. Perhaps we can get an update on timing for changes to the ordinance. It says when we expect that to come to the board.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. Carmela has started to work on the language and proposals for that particular amendment. We're also coordinating with the various departments that are involved in licensing, because as we've worked our way over the last year through the licensing process, we've found issues here and there that we need to address and clean up. And so we're looking at bringing that forward in early 2025, in the first quarter of 2025.
Okay. And that's Chapter 50. And then related, I know this is the other side of it, but in terms of odor and the Planning Commission's process, are we expecting that in January 2025 as well?
I believe so. Director Plowman, I know it goes to the Planning Commission on November 6th right now is the schedule, but.
So Supervisor Capps, through the chair, that's correct. The item was continued to the 6th of November.
Sure.
I'm not sure if the Planning Commission will move through the recommended changes in one hearing or two. Mm-hmm. Historically, they have tended to take more than one hearing. So I don't expect to be back before the board until January sometime.
Okay, so both are anticipated for January.
Around the same time.
Okay.
Hopefully, yeah.
Thank you. So I just wanted to move on. Last time we had an update, again, I like this sort of forward-thinking slide that you include, so these questions are based on that related to the audits. And I recognize we don't have our tax collector here, so I just want to note that hopefully in the future with scheduling, we can coordinate that when we're having an update on tax revenue and other things that are at least the person assigned to this can be part of this, because I had some questions for them and just learned that they weren't going to be here today. So I'll pose my questions, but I don't expect you to answer them. If you're welcome to, if you have information, but I just hope that in the future that we can have a full update that includes our relevant tax experts. So because I know there's been a lot of emphasis on these audits and a lot of money spent. I note in the report that it's $132,000 this year. And I just want to understand what we will glean from the audits. Because again, a lot of emphasis has been sort of put on, oh, we're going to learn all this information from the audits, and the audits are coming. It's like waiting for Godot, like, when are the audits coming? And when are we going to understand what they're going to say? And who's going to tell us? So again, please answer to the best of your ability, understanding that you do not work in that department. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. Our understanding is that information will be confidential and held with the Treasurer Tax Collector. Anything that is broad and general in terms of recommendations, we hope that we'll be able to share. I've talked to the Treasurer Tax Collector's staff about that. But ultimately, they'll hold that information and they will use that information to make recommendations to our office about renewing or denying a license, right? Because under Chapter 50, they have that ability if someone is not reporting per the code, Chapter 50A. And that's what these audits are really determining, right? Is did these operators report and pay according to the code and the way that it's written, and all the taxable units with the correct pricing? So that's how the process will work. Whether we don't usually, so we would only know about individual operators as we get a recommendation that we should, deny or revoke or not renew a license. But we don't, that information and the audit information lives with the Treasurer Tax Collector's office.
Great, I understand that. And I'm certainly, the last thing I'd be doing is looking for confidential information. I just want to encourage that we think about, we don't sort of just hold that up as like, oh, it's confidential, therefore, because I do know that this board previously, again, put a lot of emphasis on the value of these audits, a lot of money towards the process. I don't even know what the total is, but again, $132,000 this year alone. I think it was like $375 or something in previous years. So I just want to make sure that that we will learn as much as we can in the most effective way. Again, we really challenged ourselves trying to change a track structure. We didn't, and I understand the reasons why. That was a very good and challenging conversation. But the whole point originally was, okay, well, let's wait to see what the audits tell us. And then again, we just sort of have information here, one line in a slide that says, oh, we have the first audit. And I just am looking for what lessons are we going to learn? And by we, I mean public. And again, I won't be satisfied with the answer, oh, it's confidential. So I just really encourage you to think about that next time. And I've already reached out to Harry Hagan to have a meeting, given that he's not here today and his staff isn't here. So, but I just flag that as an emphasis going forward so that, again, we don't just do a process that sort of falls like a tree falling in the forest, and maybe just a couple people understand the ins and outs of a particular operator. I'm more looking for what are the broader lessons so that we make good policy decisions going forward. Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Hart.
I just wanted to echo what Supervisor Capps said. In the changing the tax structure, it was, oh, we're going to learn a lot from the audits. And so maybe we should hold off until we learn. And so we held off, and now it's a black hole. And so I think it's really important that something come back to us as you think about Chapter 50 changes. What have we learned from the audits that would affect that those changes? So I also reached out to Treasurer Hagan, but I think meeting just individually with supervisors isn't really enough. I mean, I think the public has, and I understand why they can't be here today, but I think this deserves more public discussion. And I agree, we don't want confidential information about operators, but what are the trends? What are people seeing? Are we getting better at pricing? does there seem to be accuracy in what we're permitting and what people are actually reporting? These are questions I think we all deserve answers to.
Agreed. Okay. All right. Is there any public comment on this matter?
Chair Labanino, members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make a staff recommendation on this, and with the direction to come back to us with on a process for the one dispensary, about what that process might look like.
Okay.
For abandonment. And yes, and a report back about the audits as well. That was mentioned by Supervisor Capps.
By the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. All those in favor? Wait, was there a second?
Nope.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That takes us to departmental item number 4.
Chair Labanino, members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding possible revisions to the encampment response protocol and amendments to county code.
Director Armas, how are you? Been here a while.
Been here a while, and thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon. Jesus Armas, Community Services Department Director. We're here to present some information related to the Encampment Resolution Protocol, responding to some direction that was provided earlier this year. And so, as part of our, we hope, brief presentation, so we allow ample time for conversation and direction, we're going to highlight the key aspects of the current protocol and also identify some changes that have emerged for your consideration post the grants pass decision of this past summer. As this slide indicates, the protocol that's presently in place was adopted about a little over 3 years ago, and as noted on the slide, with a variety of objectives to assure that safety, location, health, and other related factors were taken into account, that we did an appropriate outreach to address health and safety measures, remove debris, clear a site as appropriate. And this effort has been quite successful, actually, accomplished as a result of pretty intensive interdepartmental cooperation and collaboration, as noted. As a result of this collaboration, we've been able to accomplish a great deal, both efficiently and effectively. Now, the current protocols identify a variety of important elements for the board to consider. It provides that we identify and reserve available shelter before embarking on any kind of encampment resolution, that we provide a 3-day notice at a minimum before initiating any such closure, and that the staff, both outreach and external providers, engage with the residents before any activity takes place. And then lastly, that to the extent that personal property is identified, that it be retained for a minimum 90 days after closure. In the summer of this year, the Supervisors Nelson and Hartman asked that we at least explore whether there were changes that merited consideration in light of the grants pass decision. So we did embark on an internal discussion to try to identify some elements for your consideration. As we looked at the protocol itself, I think we see a document that kind of blends policy with operational procedures, and we thought it might be appropriate to distinguish between the two, making certain that the policy document was presented to the board for your consideration, and the operational procedures could be handled administratively. As you know, the grants pass decision eliminated the requirement that available beds be a prerequisite before any closure. So one of the possibilities is considering eliminating that provision in the wording of the protocol. It is a discretionary act, so it's a policy determination for the board. We've also identified that both consistent with what some other jurisdictions are doing and what the governor's executive order provides that posting could be reduced from 3 days to 2 days, and the storage of personal property from 90 days to 60 days. Now, even with that modification, I should note that the protocols do provide for some flexibility. So even if the days are reduced from a noticing standpoint, our prevailing practice is to provide as much advance notice as possible. The abbreviated time suggested here is really to provide maximum flexibility when circumstances warrant, but not as a standard practice. Similarly, we do provide flexibility when we find the residents are asking for just a little bit more time before they may claim their personal property. In addition to looking at the county protocols, other departments identified some elements to at least bring to the board's attention. One relates to the activities that occur in the placement of RVs and other similar vehicles along various county roads. Presently, as outlined in the board letter, there is a process that requires that the particular street segment be identified, that it be brought to the board, and the board take explicit action as to whether or not to proceed with parking prohibition. One of the suggestions here is to delegate that authority to provide for a more timely response to public requests for potential addressing of issues. We came across this experience recently on Calle Real. Coincidentally, Public Works was already processing a posting, so it was beneficial, but could have taken longer had that coincidence not materialized. We also, of course, have been experiencing a number of issues in the riverbed, most particularly in the Santa Maria area, and we find that in addition to structures, we've come across camping paraphernalia, as described in the ordinance, that isn't precisely a structure or building, and so we're raising for your consideration a possible amendment to that code section to address that area. And so lastly, what we're doing is bringing before you a request that you receive and file this report, that you provide direction to staff in the areas that have been identified both in the letter and in the slide. And I'll conclude my part of the presentation by reading one section of the board letter, just because I think it's an effort on our part to underscore our philosophy and our approach to this issue. And it reads as follows: while certain modifications are presented for the board's consideration, these changes are not intended to suggest the county should forego the current practice of approaching and addressing homelessness with compassion and care. Utilizing the flexibility made possible by the court's decision is not incompatible with, nor does it compromise the underlying promise of treating the unhoused humanely. So with that, we're available to answer any questions and receive any direction you care to provide.
Supervisor Williams.
Does the road commissioner not have the authority to eliminate a parking spot or 3 based on line of sight and other safety problems currently?
I believe the road commissioner is here and can speak to that directly.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Williams, through the chair. The California Vehicle Code allows parking restrictions to be done by ordinance or by resolution. And when we do traffic safety analysis and determine it's needed for traffic safety purposes, we bring a resolution to the board to enact the restrictions.
I guess, you know, the thing that I, given the wars that have happened over parking restrictions over time, that I would really caution this board against is outsourcing a policy decision to staff. The reason why these areas get designated for no RV parking is not the same reason as line of sight and other safety issues. Right. It is a policy decision, it's not a traffic safety decision. And So the board should make the determination if there are areas that should be off limits for RVs, not staff trying to guess what the board wants and acting preemptively, particularly because when you designate the neighborhoods off limits for RV or for parking of that sort, what you tend to do is just flush them to another neighborhood, and which generally creates concentration, which is the thing you're trying to avoid. So I think it takes some thought out. I think it's something that the board can handle, and I think it's an authority the board should retain.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I'll stay on that one. Thank you, Chair Labanino. I would agree with Supervisor Williams. It's not always a road safety issue, right? There's a lot of potential other health and welfare reasons, not necessarily safety reasons for that. And I think that's should lie with the board or delegate with specific intention if we're going to delegate to a staff member. That said, I think there's a lot of significant reason to prevent overnight camping on our roadways. And so I would actually take a slightly different tack than we're going here. Is I would actually like to see us prohibit overnight RV stays on our public roads and then allow in certain areas if necessary. There's a couple reasons for that. Not all roads in the county are the same, right? We've got a lot of urban roads, suburban roads, and rural roads. I know on the rural roads, especially in my district, there are significant food safety issues with camping adjacent to our agricultural fields. If you're we can't let people live next to fields. That's why we have zoning. There's different farming practices that are incompatible with somebody sleeping adjacent to a field. Many of these people have animals. An animal just going out into a farm field can lead to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses and potential other health issues. We also know that a lot of these places aren't taking advantage of normal disposal of their waste, and so those end up in our rural areas that are adjacent to where they're staying, which is another huge food safety issue for our communities. So that's the rural conflict I see. And then when you talked about urban areas, overnight camping in neighborhoods, we don't even allow that in your front yard, let alone on a street. And if we're going to just, keep people to, hey, you got to move it every 72 hours, and it's going to be this, again, a whack-a-mole in a neighborhood where people are going to continue to move their vehicle accordingly and make our front yards de facto camping sites, which I think is a really bad strategy as a county. Does that mean we need to go and invest and continue to invest on safe parking programs? We need to. We do want concentrated parking of overnight vehicles so that we can actually serve them. We want to be working with some of our nonprofit partners and churches and other facilities so that we can have those in specific places so that we can keep them out of neighborhoods. A neighborhood by its very nature is not transitory. And so, when you have those that are living in your neighborhood because they are transitory, they're not necessarily, there's some safety concerns. There's also, who's living out in front of your house could be a problem. There's some people that might have criminal records that might, dictate some other issues there. And I'm not saying that all people that are in them are criminals, but I'm just saying that and that can happen also in a neighborhood too, but there's a little bit of a consistency that happens when, it's within your neighborhood and there's some predictability. And so that's what, my preference here is that we prohibit overnight RV parking on county roads. And then in the future, we look at ways of finding locations that are more appropriate for that as a strategy to addressing those issues.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question. I know that this was prompted by the Supreme Court decision. My experience has been very positive of our encampment strategy since I've taken office. The way in which we all partner together on homelessness, perhaps the most vexing issues with so many partners. We could name a ton of them, and I'd leave people out, but Dignity Moves, Good Samaritan, law enforcement, you all, when I've had encampment issues in 2nd District, I find it incredibly satisfying, the response. You have a common email. So is the policy working well as is?
Yeah, what's broken?
Right.
I don't think we're suggesting that it's broken. We're suggesting that we're responding to a request that was made of staff. And
I understand.
I would say generally it's working.
I know that, of course, homelessness is, one homeless person is one too many, so I don't mean to paper over a challenging issue, but getting to this point of, I just want to make sure that our commitment to continue to provide shelter beds is not lost in any potential challenges. And I just want to ask sort of some basic questions. I mean, how many shelter beds are available on any given night when we do encounter those who are living in encampments or staying in encampments?
Mr. Devonic can answer more specifically, but generally speaking, we have about 1,000 beds in the county. Most of them are occupied on a regular basis. So the supply is relatively limited. And of course, that's a question of what kind of resources we can provide to direct in that fashion. So most of the beds are occupied.
So perhaps you could just talk about, thank you, who's involved when there is an encampment, the posting, who are some of the players that are active? And
let me invite Joe to respond to that, if I may.
Supervisor Capster, the chair. So right now, I will start the process where I coordinate with law enforcement, and generally we'll bring the quick response, which is our cleanup contractor, along with, and most importantly, a service provider, to walk out and when we actually do the noticing. Ideally, we reach out to those encampments well before we're posting any notices.
Right.
So for example, in the Santa Maria Riverbed, we started reaching out to those folks in October of last year.
And sorry to interrupt, but who's the we?
We, the folks I was just mentioning, myself, with law enforcement, Good Samaritan, and quick response, and some of the city of Santa Maria, some of their folks as well. So, but the Good Samaritan outreach through the Serve 2 funding began last October to get to know all the folks in that encampment and where they might want to go and try to help them. And then when I post with the folks that I just said, law enforcement, Good Samaritan, and the cleanup crew, we did that a week in advance. So we basically have a week notice, and then we post on Monday morning, and we go out the following Monday and start to resolve the encampments at that point.
Okay.
But in that case there, we also have public health, we have public defender, we have probation. All of those folks go out to make sure that if they know any of those people and that have situations or conditions that need to be addressed that might be affected by this encampment resolution, they're aware of it and are working their angle with that particular client.
And would you say that those partnerships are working pretty well in terms of these different entities, nonprofit, government?
Yes.
Yeah. And so it feels to me that, again, I'm on the outside, but as a cheerleader, ambassador, seeing it more directly with the encampment near La Posada and those folks. But it feels like this all hands on deck kind of approach. And when a constituent writes in about a mobile home across from their yard or whatever, I feel like the action, I applaud you. It seems like the action is very quick. And so I just want to make sure this is one of the most controversial topics that is gripping the country. And even in our state, we have a governor at odds with the mayor of LA. We have a different mayor in San Francisco. You just, open up the paper on any given day, and there's municipalities and jurisdictions like ours are struggling with this. So I didn't get the sense from this report that all those hands that are in this project, in this pie, were consulted with this change. And that concerns me a lot. I don't necessarily have a lot of concerns necessarily about what's been proposed, but I don't want it to be misinterpreted. And if people weren't consulted or asked for feedback, that is a big problem for me. Because again, how delicate, how controversial, how emotional this issue is. So I didn't get the sense that was your mandate, really, to get the consensus of, again, many, many partners who are involved in this encampment strategy.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. I think I'm getting that right now. Yep. It's a fair observation, and it's a fair critique of where we are at this point. We wanted to make certain that we were not ahead of the board on bringing certain items for possible direction, and so we didn't do as robust an engagement as your comment suggests we should have entertained. But, of course, to the extent that any of these are worthy of further consideration, you may want to simply hold that in abeyance and ask us to do that engagement and report back before taking any action.
Well, I appreciate that, your willingness there, and we met about this yesterday. You were quite willing to do that. My sense, having worked in public policy for my career, is that the more controversial an issue, the more you have to up your outreach game. It doesn't mean that you agree with every piece of input you get, but if we don't inform people and they just hear about it or read about it and they actually have a stake in this work, I just don't think that bodes well for a change in policy. That's not just applicable here, but any topic. And so again, I just have challenges with being able to accept the proposals purely based on the process that I don't think enough people, I appreciate that you went to city managers, but our nonprofit partners are so important in this work, as you well know. And I don't believe that, well, you're telling us that they weren't part of the process. So that would be something that I would want to see before I could support a change.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with doing additional outreach. That always makes sense. But who, like, let's break them down. Who's paying for the storage? We do, right?
Correct.
So I think you could take almost the storage one. Well, you want to talk to everybody about everything, but to go from 90 days to 60 days when we're the ones paying the storage, I mean, I appreciate Good Sam and everybody that's doing this, but, you know, that's pretty much our call, I would say. I think the big one is whether or not, and the posting, I've been out with Joe posting, and I'm not really sure it's all that effective, because basically we were trying to find places on somebody's tent to staple a post to it. So whether that's, they look at that as 24 hours or 48 hours or 72 hours or 96 hours, I'm not sure how much that person's really paying attention to that. I think the big one, though, is whether or not there's a place for that person to go. Mm-hmm. And the problem with that is, there's another side of this, too, that, the neighbors came out when we were doing the riverbed, and that was their major concern, was, well, where are these people going to go? They didn't want them there. And this is the hard fact and reality of homelessness, is those people are over the age of 18. They're not under arrest, and we don't want them in location A. Problem is, you can't, and you shouldn't, be arresting them, but you also can't force them to go over to Hope Village. We offered, we talked to them, we asked them if they'd like to. If they don't, at that point, it's like, hey, understand you're making a life decision, but you can't be here. So we are moving you. You're going somewhere. Now, as an over 18 adult in this country, I couldn't tell the neighbors they're not going to come into your neighborhood or they're not going to go to the park next to you. That's the thing that we're stuck with tackling is there's no easy way to do this. So I'm all for bringing everybody together. If somebody's got ideas, this is the thing that gets me about homelessness so much, is that I have so many people telling us we're doing it wrong. And the easy thing for me to say back is, what's your idea? Because I would love to find the panacea for this, and I'd love to find out where to take that person out of the riverbed that doesn't want to go for services. What do you do with that individual? Can't leave them there. Can't force them somewhere. They're going somewhere. And so I appreciate some of these changes. I think the number one for me is removing the property from 90 days to 60 days. I'm not even sure why it's at 60. I think 99% of the people don't come back for their stuff, so we're just paying for storage for no reason. But anyway, Supervisor Hartman and then Nelson.
I agree with the storage. I think we're stuck with state regulations on the 60-day, but and I'm also in agreement on the posting. For me, it raises a slightly different issue, the water course. Let me start it this way. There are girls in Lompoc who are running away from home. I did that as a kid, but they're getting sucked into the riverbed, and they're getting trafficked, and they're getting in drugs. That riverbed is a place where people don't belong. And it's almost an attraction, a magnet. You get in a fight with your parents, your family, and people are waiting to prey on these young people. And I've met some of them, and it's really heartbreaking. So there's places where people do not belong for the community's safety and for their own safety. And so I really want to get people out of the riverbed. I don't know what the best strategy to do that is. I mean, obviously, we want to have shelter. We want to have tiny homes. We want to have places for people to go. And we've got care courts coming. We've got new laws coming on substance abuse that gives us more conservatorship. So we've got more tools. But I think it's kind of been out of sight, out of mind in the water courses. And I think we have to confront that. I don't think we're ready to do it yet, but one thing I'd like to have in the mix is safe sleeping like San Diego has. You can't go here. You absolutely cannot go here, but you can go here. And it'll be managed, and there'll be sanitation facilities. That's a huge step. I understand that, because it means as long as they're out of sight, out of mind, then we're not paying for it. We're not responsible for it. And that's, with our budget, I understand that. On the other hand, it's creating a lot of externalities, a lot of pain, we end up paying in other ways to try to rehab people who've been sucked into that. So I would like a broader discussion in various forums about if people can't go someplace, and I think we've got to be able to say you can't go in certain places. It's too dangerous to public health and safety. Then where do they go? If we don't have housing, or if they're not willing, where do we point them to? And I don't have all the answers, but safe sleeping is something that San Diego is doing, and I'd like to learn a lot more about it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. And I would echo many of the comments made by Supervisor Hartman about the conditions in the riverbed. Quick question for Joe. You have been offering to those in the riverbed as part of because we're doing it for those in the public that aren't aware, there's a Santa Maria riverbed cleanup that's currently going on, and it's a multi-phase approach. And part of that approach is hitting each phase and offering shelter beds there. Can you give me like a percentage that you think that they're taking advantage of that when we actually offer them a bed? How many of them are actually taking that?
Yeah, it's about 30 to 50% on the different phases that we've had. They have taken shelter either in Hope Village or the Santa Maria Emergency Shelter, or some folks have even gone to a service provider in SLO County.
Okay, so 30 to 50% is what we're seeing right now as we're moving through. Okay, well, that's good news. I mean, 50% is actually pretty high out there. That's a successful number, and maybe that's probably because we now have a suite of products to offer them. That's not just congregate care, and now we have Hope Village. We have things that you can take your pet to, and it really is a testament to the wraparound services that you and your team, Joe, are offering, and with the partners. So I really want to thank you for that. And I'm so with Supervisor Hartman on that. It is not a safe place for anybody to be. Evil thrives in the darkness, and that is an evil place out there in the riverbed. And I think we need to shut down those places for people to be living in. It is obviously the human trafficking, but the sale of drugs and other issues there are horrible. And it becomes a place where someone will even party. It becomes a magnet, as was spoken there before. And, I was out there when those initial cleanups were happening and some of those people were exiting, asking, where are you going to go? And they go, I guess I'm going to go back home. That they had a fight with their parents. They didn't want to be there anymore because there was just too many darn rules. And they chose to go to the riverbed. And I mean, I can't imagine that. You'd obviously have to have some issues going on, probably with addiction and with mental health. But that squares in some people's heads, unfortunately, in this society. But once we took away that option, they were able to find resources and locations to go to. And that's the experience that we had in the San Ynez Riverbed in Lompoc when we did their cleanup there back in 2017 or whenever it was. We had a lot of people at that point say, you know what, I needed to change my life. Being told I could no longer be here was that kick in the butt. Now this isn't an option. I'm going to go try to find someplace else, or I'm going to try to go relocate with family, or I am going to finally take those services that somebody's been offering me for a long time. So I think it's it's part of the suite of approaches here. I know we're going to hear from the public, and we're going to continue to have a conversation up here on the dais. But what I see, what you're being proposing here, is your guys are just now creating the maximum amount of flexibility. I'm not hearing any policy changes about how you guys are going to operate. And that's where I think if we were going to change something major on operational, I think we should have definitely talked to our partners. I just hear right now is that you don't want to unnecessarily tie your arm behind your back. That we only had that in the first place because of the Boise piece, and that this would have probably been a part of our original protocol in the first place if it wasn't for that Supreme Court decision. And so we're going to continue to push the humane issue. I mean, our board has been more than compassionate on, and we've put our money where our mouth is on this, and I don't see that changing. And at the end of the day, you all work for us. So if you guys are doing something wrong and we hear about it, we're definitely going to come back and talk to you guys about it. You guys know that. We're a pretty engaged board. So I'm not worried about these actions today impacting it. I just think it's removing a potential barrier that may need to be used in a emergency situation, and that we may be incurring some liability because we're not complying with our own standards. And so in those unusual situations. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with those recommendations on the waterway and the camping pieces and the timelines. And I hope we can still continue to talk about the right-of-way issues too.
Okay, we do have public comment, but we're going to continue to ask questions, or you want to go to public comment first?
I just want to.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
we're gonna, so why don't we start there and we'll work.
Bob got a second bite of the apple. I have a
Everybody
severe
gets one.
disagreement. I think that there are things that aren't a huge change here. The change in the encampment resolution is not a huge policy change. The change in parking is a huge change. And I think it's very different than what you have been talking about. Do I think it's great that people park on streets? No. Do I think it's better than them being homeless on streets? Yes. What happens when you engage in this war on people sleeping in their vehicles is you get their cars towed. And then what do you think happens after you get their cars towed? Then they end up being on our list when we go out doing homeless counts. Right now, most of them are not captured by our counts. Historically, you severely undercount the people living in their vehicles, because most people who live in their vehicles, you will never see. Their lives are invisible. They go to jobs. Most of them aren't the ones we talk about. They're not the ones barbecuing on the street. There are those, but doesn't constitute the majority of people who are sleeping in their vehicles. The majority that do live lives just like the rest of us, go to jobs, do their things, have kids, and they pretend to be fully part of this society by just blending in. Once we start towing people, those people end up in shelters or they end up on the streets. And that is not a winning strategy for combating homelessness. And that's what my point is. It's very different than the other things that you're discussing.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I actually will use this as 2 points that will turn into questions, but I do think that removing language suggesting encampment's resolution may be only initiated by following demonstration that shelter beds are available. I understand that that's adhering to a new law, but I do think that that sets a new tone and a new policy by removing that language. And I do think that that's bigger than the 90 days versus 60 days, that is, and if not adequately explained and worked through with people doing this work, that we could end up with a bigger problem and headache and confusion potentially. And so I would offer, one suggestion that I've just, is removing that language if we get there, but perhaps affirming our commitment to shelter beds. Because we all know, we feel that. We have put our money where our mouth is, literally across the street. But so let's not just remove language that because we no longer need to by Boise, but let's affirm a commitment to providing shelter beds, if that's the direction we go. And then I also so that's a question I have, is if that would be possible or amenable. And then, the need for more safe parking and engaging our state. This is our, our governor is very adamant about a change in this policy. And we're, if we were to follow suit, where are the DMV parking lots in this conversation? Have we engaged our representatives in those conversations about utilizing? As far as I've seen, again, just anecdotally, they are not being used for safe parking. To me, that's a shame, and should be, again, something that we're looking to at least initiate conversations. That would be something that they would take on. So those are my 2 points.
And their district offices. Right?
There we go.
Supervisor Hartman.
Just a question. There was a letter that implied that we would lose federal funding if we changed our policy. I wanted your feedback on that.
We were reviewing some of the regulations earlier today just to make sure we were able to respond to that question in the event it surfaced. And we don't, on a scoring basis, there is a factor about criminalizing conduct, and it's assigned a value of 2 out of 100 points. Now, we don't believe that any of the items that we've recommended to you would be characterized as criminalizing, but arguably somebody might subjectively contend that it is. We don't believe it will, but just want to disclose that to the board.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanio. And I just wanted to clarify my last comments, especially to Supervisor Williams, responding to them. Those are 2 different categories in my mind. I was dealing with the encampment. I think we're mostly there together on the riverways and the waterways. The car issue, I know we'll probably have a little bit of disagreement about that. My experience as someone who does the point-in-time count every year is that's all I count, is people living in cars. That's all, and it's really easy to find them because you see the perspiration on the windows. It's really, you can tell if there's an RV that somebody's going to be in or not. They give you some of the strategies in your training. So we were able to identify quite a few of them. And, just like what we did with Hope Village with encampments, I think we should be doing the same thing with the cars, is we should be trying to concentrate them to safe parking options so that we can make sure that they're in some place where we can then deliver services to them so we can help them get out of their cars and get into housing in the future. If I understand correctly, we've been awarded a significant amount of funds to deal with vehicular homelessness. And so maybe you could speak to that for a second. So all I'm trying to do is focus people right to the right decision-making, and trying to get rid of these other options where people can continue to be out there comfortable in the bad situation that they're in. And that is often what's happening for a lot of people who aren't in safe parking locations. There is the level of existence, and I understand that. And I know there's the occasional, sleeping in your car. I think, some of us have done that in our lifetime. But I think what we're talking about is a chronic vehicular sleepers, especially the large RVs, which I think is, becomes a problem for a lot of neighborhoods, especially when it comes to the other health and safety issues that come with having, a mobile home, out in the public without, other pieces like, other utilities that would be expected to have with a home. So could you speak to what's going on with vehicular parking?
Yeah, so we were awarded $8 billion in the California Encampment Resolution Fund Round 3, which our county staff had designed a strategy with and co-applied, joint applied with the city of Santa Barbara to spend that on a vehicular homelessness strategy. basically, we know that some areas and some jurisdictions in the county don't allow safe parking sites. So it's been designed to essentially help people where they are regardless. So we do acknowledge and believe that having consolidated safe parking sites allows maximum, effect of rehabilitation and outreach. However, again, we have been, even just in the city of Santa Maria alone, we've had, 5, just in the past few weeks that we started, we've got about 5 people, including an elderly person, as well as a family of 5 with 3 children, out of their cars and into interim housing. And we're just getting started.
Great. Thank you for the report. I think it helps.
All right, we'll go to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have 4 requests to speak. We will begin with Gina Kuraz, to be followed by Linda Honigman. Gina?
Hi. Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Gina Kuros, and I'm here to speak about the camp resolution.
Go ahead.
Gina? Chair Lavanino and members of the board, it looks like we may be having some audio issues. Why don't we go to Linda Honigman, and Gina, we will come back to you in just a moment.
Okay.
Linda?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Linda Honigman, a county resident who is concerned about housing security for all of our local residents and workers. I would like to begin by sharing a brief comment from Nancy McCready, a formerly unhoused resident and active community volunteer who had trouble connecting with the Zoom today. Quote, "Our representatives keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. So far, trying to criminalize the victims of our housing crisis is not working. For those who keep on trying to shove people under the rug and not provide affordable housing for our unhoused citizens, you have not learned much." End of quote. And now my comments. I do think it is important to get more input from folks who have firsthand experience with encampments and safe parking problems. It looks like the work group for this proposal only consisted of representatives from General Services, Public Works, Sheriff, and Parks. I agree with the points in the letter you received from the League of Women Voters Santa Barbara. In particular, I don't think removing the requirement to identify available beds when encampments need to be closed is supporting a humane or effective approach for our unhoused population. And as the League letter says, if we can't demonstrate that we have a humane approach, we could lose millions of future state and federal dollars for our housing and homelessness programs. I'm not sure if there's an ideal number of hours that encampment residents need to be warned of a closure. If there is a fire or flood threat, you would need to act more quickly than 48 or even 24 hours. I also don't think it makes a difference if the unhoused have 60 or 90 days to pick up belongings. We have an urgent need for storage lockers that would be assigned to the unhoused without cars while they wait for permanent housing. Thank you very much for shedding a light on this issue.
Gina Kuros, to be followed by Pam Flynn Tambo.
Yes, good afternoon.
Gina?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Gina Kuros, and I'm not here today as a frontline homeless outreach worker, but I'm also someone who has lived experience in homelessness in Santa Barbara County. For over 6 years, I lived unsheltered and without a safe place to call home. While constantly having to challenge the uncertainties that come with living on the streets and as a female, I would like to share with you what it feels like during an encampment removal. Imagine being woken up to the rumble of trucks and the voices of officials of outreach and law enforcement approaching your makeshift shelter. The few belongings you have managed to hold on to throughout the years while you were unhoused For me, it was Mother's Day gifts and Christmas gifts that my children had given me throughout the years are suddenly at risk of being discarded and thrown away. The overwhelming sense of fear, uncertainty, wondering where I'm to go next, and having to have to start all over again. These sweeps are not just disruptive, they're deeply traumatic. I was already suffering from severe PTSD because I was fleeing a relationship for domestic violence that almost cost me my life, and my children were placed into protective custody and then into foster care. Every single time that I was forced to move, a little bit of my safety net had been ripped away from me, and it devastated me. And I didn't understand the purpose because it didn't end my homelessness. But it sure took a toll on my mental health. The sweeps and the constant contact with law enforcement kept me out longer because I began secluding myself, and my trust in outreach workers and law enforcement was completely gone. I can't help feeling that we're forced to move only because our community does not want to see it, homelessness. I am here because I oppose this amendment to the encampment response, and I actually oppose the criminalization of our most vulnerable population, period. Because life is already hard living this way, and I personally felt that I wasn't living, I was merely surviving. A more empathetic approach in addressing homelessness would have been much appreciated. As a homeless outreach worker, moving people causes me to lose contact with the people that I have been working with for months. I no longer can find them to give them updates on housing opportunities that are available for them. It puts them at risk of becoming victims of crimes. And in their hurry to leave because they don't want to get arrested, they lose vital documents such as IDs and social security cards, birth certificates, all vital documents that are required to be considered document ready for housing opportunities. Furthermore, encampment responses are a
Thank you
significant
so much,
way
Gina.
of
That is your
taxing our-
time. We will now move to Pam Tambo to be followed by Ash Valenti. Pam?
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Pam Tambo, and I'm speaking to you today as the Chair of the Social Policy Committee for the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. The League has a position of supporting government and community programs and policies to assist individuals and families experiencing homelessness or about to become homeless in meeting their basic human needs. We are concerned about the potential changes to the county's encampment clearing protocol, specifically the recommendation to change wording to allow for encampment resolution regarding the availability of shelter beds, as well as the suggestion to decrease the noticing period for encampment clearing from 72 hours to 48 hours. We would like to stress that when significant and possibly controversial changes are suggested to the existing protocol, additional time and care should be taken to hear feedback from affected parties, experts, and stakeholders. We don't believe this has happened yet, and we recommend that additional outreach should be done before any changes are made. And importantly, we believe that there is no indication from staff that our existing protocol has hindered the county's ability to address immediate threats to public health and safety. Additionally, these suggested changes could possibly compromise a pro-housing designation, which could bar us from accessing significant public funding and resources to build much-needed, deed-restricted, affordable housing for our community. We encourage the county to continue to focus on policies and protocols that have track records of success and the greatest positive impact on unhoused people and our county as a whole, instead of the most expedient or convenient option. Although it may be true that the Supreme Court's decision legally permits you to make this change to the protocol, we believe that ensuring that there is sufficient notice and beds available prior to clearing encampments is not only sound policy, but the minimum ethical standard for addressing encampment resolution in our county. I appreciate the supervisor's comments today about looking beyond our county lines for examples in other locales. I encourage you to do that. And thank you for the opportunity to comment on this important work. And I believe that you should also have a letter from the League in your packet of materials relative to today's meeting. Thanks so very much. Have a good week.
We will now move to our final speaker, Ash Valenti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ash? Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Thanks for letting me speak today. I also have experience being unhoused in 2014 and 2015. I have housing now. It's really expensive. It's really hard to find affordable housing in Santa Barbara. I think that needs to be a priority. I think, when I talk to people who are experiencing houselessness in Isla Vista, most of them don't feel that the outreach workers that come to them are providing them with options that will actually work for them. I know a couple who's been unhoused here for over a decade who they want an apartment. They don't want to go through the other programs that they're being offered where they have to go into like a group home kind of thing. So I think, more ways for people to focus more on like the direct solution is needed. I also want to just sort of like, I appreciate that, the board and a lot of people who work for the county will say that they believe in humane solutions. But I've noticed that sometimes that seems like it's kind of washing over the reality of it, because I see a lot of things happening that are not humane. Sweeps are not humane. They're traumatic, as Gina spoke to. And, I see a lot of resources going into this, which I guess is good, but, are these resources actually, getting solutions for people? I think, as Supervisor Capps was saying, more questions and outreach to the people working in this needs to happen before you consider any of these policy changes. And I would definitely not get rid of that thing where you have to offer people housing or at least a shelter bed. But really, it should be housing, and people have the right to exist outside. That's just like a God-given natural right as beings on this planet. Sure, people deserve more options than just being outside, but that should never be illegal. Thank you.
Does that close public comment?
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay. I'm going to say, personally, I'm very, very disappointed in not just, I'll say it, League of Women Voters and public comment. I would ask you to go find a local government agency that's spending more money trying to do more to battle homelessness than we are. And I think the last speaker hit it on the head. I don't want congregate care. I don't want to go to Good Samaritan shelter. That's what I'm hearing out in the riverbed. I don't want to go there. You got to get me a hotel room, or I need an apartment. That's not our job. That's not our job. It's frustrating because here's the crazy thing, and this is what happens when you're an elected official. Been getting beat up from the other side of why are you spending all this money and why are you putting all these resources into these tiny homes right into my neighborhood? Why? Because we think it's the humane way to do it. We think it's the right thing to do. It's not humane to go live out in the riverbed. It's not your God-given right to live in filth and squalor and be a public nuisance and to put public health at risk by living in a riverbed. It's not. And when we go out there and offer you a bed at a facility and you turn it down because it's not good enough, there's a balance to all of this. And I'm hitting my tipping point of the people that live next to the riverbed have a right too. The people that live next to Hope Village have rights too. And so I'm sorry if I'm coming off as unfeeling, but at some point, I get to the end of the rope. You can't turn a blind eye to what's going on out there. And I really feel like Joe, honestly, instead of coming in here, we should be giving him a resolution for the work that he's gotten done. And I feel like it's almost a negative when you've been here today. I didn't think we were going to go down this road when we got on this item. It's just frustrating because, yeah, we'll go out and do outreach with the League of Women Voters. I want to see your proposal. What are you going to bring to the table that's going to make an impact better than what we're doing right now? I'm all ears. I can't wait to hear it. When people say, go look at what other places are doing, what do you think we've been doing? That's exactly what we've been doing. We've been going out to, I know Joe's checked every city, every county. What are they doing? What can we do different? How can we do this better? We were in the Santa Maria Riverbed beyond humane. Knock on a person's door. The first thing that happened was a person pulled a weapon on our sheriff's deputy, a gun. So there is a balance to all of this, and it's getting, we're way over the center line on this. And you see what happens when you go too far over the center, it gets dragged way back. So I'm sorry that I'm coming across as unfeeling. It's not that I'm unfeeling. It's that there are resources out there. Apparently now they're not good enough, and it's just frustrating. And now I feel like we're getting beat up by both sides, and it's not fair. Supervisor Hartman.
Chair Lavanino, I wonder if we could take the suggestions one by one and deal with them today.
Sure.
What we can, and then maybe give some direction about additional information or language we might want to explore.
Well, you're much more rational than I am, so let's go ahead. Number one.
Can staff walk us through issue by issue?
Sure. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. First is to, and I think there's likely concurrence on this, to separate the policy dimension from the operational procedures.
Could you elaborate more what that means? Because I'm struggling with that one.
When you look at the protocol, it provides sort of detailed instructions to staff that because it's a board-adopted policy, any modifications to it would need to come back to the board. And we believe that there's some equivalent of administrative procedures that are best handled at the staff level, so long as they're consistent with the policy framework that is presented and presumably the board adopts. So that's the suggestion for drawing a distinction between those two parts of the current document. The second item for the sort of
can I ask a question on that?
Certainly.
Does that mean that you would remove our protocol that we offer a shelter opportunity before we remove an encamped individual?
That's the second issue I was going to speak to, Mr. Williams. I believe that the other direction we would need from the board is whether it would is receptive to modifying the protocol to do what Mr. Williams was just raising. And as you know, the Boise decision said we could only proceed if beds were available. The Supreme Court decision says that standard no longer applies. So one option for the board is to simply say the Boise protocol applies and we're not going to depart from that. So that's the second issue. The other two issues are noticing and storage timeframes. In the big scheme of things, those are relatively modest. The third and fourth would be, do you want any modifications on the parking standards? And there seems to be a division on the board. that seems to require a little bit more research and maybe present some avenues for you to consider. And then the last one was on the waterways. We believe that there's a way of potentially dealing with that, but also understand the point of looking at how other jurisdictions have done with what you described, Supervisor Hartman, as safe sleeping, and we can do some research in return on those. So those, in my estimation, are the elements that need some decision from the board.
Do you want to?
So maybe we should take those one
go.
by one and see how far we get today.
Okay.
Why don't we start with an easy one? The notice and storage.
I'm okay with the change.
And I am too.
We're not talking about the requirement that there be shelter offered. We're talking about the.
We're just talking about
No,
the
no,
amount of
just
time to
the-
store and
yeah.
how long we have to notice, which are relatively benign. All right.
So we're only speaking about the time frame, that's all.
Yeah. So we've got agreement on that
We're
one.
60 days store.
yeah.
Oh.
I mean, again.
Would you rather go out and probably talk to everybody? We should.
I have no problem with that personally, and I actually checked. My colleague Daniela checked with Good Sam, and they actually support it. But that's only because we checked, and that still bothers me. I mean, they're the ones involved, so I still have a fundamental issue with the limited number of people that have been consulted. And again,
Okay, so that does raise a point. Let's just do this then. Why don't we just send you back out for more collaboration? I don't think there's any time clock on any of this. Really?
right, things are working fairly well.
Joe's
I
like,
mean,
he's giving me the thumbs up. Let's go out, do some more canvassing, talking
Thank you.
with our partners, and bring it back in November or something. Does that work okay? No, November's jacked, but we'll find something.
We won't get here till January.
Yes, it'll probably be January, but.
Well, I want to just then because there might be a possibility that it be January, stress the importance of what has been successful thus far, which has been to stay on practical strategy and away from the ideology, and trying to chase people that are sleeping in their vehicles out of neighborhoods before you create any place for them to go is a very bad strategy. We do not have available New Beginnings safe parking spots. And if the agenda is to get rid of, sleeping out of your vehicles in neighborhoods, then the best strategy to do that is to create more safe parking spots before you do anything else. Because I guarantee you the same neighborhoods who have produced 0 safe parking spots are going to ask you to get rid of all parking in their neighborhoods. And they won't stop at people who are sleeping out of their vehicles. They'll do oversized vehicles in general. They'll do people who are working on their vehicles too. They will go beyond even what you're talking about, because this, and I would add that unless we are just somehow so much better than everybody else that studies homelessness, we are undercounting the number of people in vehicles. They find places that you don't know where it is to park. And that's just something that everybody that's in the trade knows. There's thousands more people sleeping out in their vehicles than we know about. And if we find an effective way to get their vehicles towed, that will mean we'll have thousands more homeless people to try to shelter before we have that capacity to do so.
Okay, so staff direction, do you want to provide some staff direction?
Well, I just wanted to say, I think our overarching policy commitment has been to develop a continuum of options, and we're still trying to fill that out. And I think right now we say there has to be a shelter bed available in our policy. I'm open to saying we need a location to direct people to, some place, some space they can be and take up a place in the world, and we shouldn't just ask them to disappear and not be. I mean, but not everybody's ready to go to a shelter bed. We don't have beds for everybody. So I think, that overarching policy is an important one to me. And I guess before there's any direction, I share Chair Lavanito's frustration that we've done a great deal, and I think this board and this community is committed to a compassionate approach to our neighbors who don't have homes. But it is a balance. My issue right now is the riverbed, and I've got a lot of people telling me, I can't pollute in the riverbed, I can't deposit fill material, I can't do stream bed alterations, and yet we're sitting here and turning a blind eye. So that puts us in a really difficult position, and that's why I'm trying to figure out where can people go. And I think that is a much bigger discussion, again, because it's bringing people from we're just pretending you don't exist to saying, okay, we're taking more responsibility. That's a big step, and so that's my comments, and I guess the direction is pretty simple. Hear what we've said, and it doesn't all agree, and consult more. I don't know what the process is. I mean, the Elected Leaders Forum is one. The Continuum of Care is another. One-on-one, anything we can do to participate and support that outreach effort. But I think we've reached kind of a crossroads, and we're ready to say, okay, where do we go now? We've done a fair bit. Where are we headed now? It's not just to pat ourselves on the back and we've done a good job and it's not broken, don't fix it. I think it's a time to say we want to do something. We're not quite sure yet. What more?
Good. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I just want some clarification from Supervisor Hartman. You saying bed and or a location? I just want to make sure that's and or, because I support that as well. Yeah. And that was a strategy that we did in Lompoc back in 2017, is we gave them a space to be at, which is really great because then you can consolidate services. And to get to where Supervisor Williams, I understand and appreciate the concern about those in vehicular homelessness, which I think now begs the question that we need to maybe come up with a strategy, because I don't think that's what we've done yet, and really have that complex strategy so we can take advantage of the $6 million, $8 million that we're getting from the state, along in concert with what Public Works is talking to us about, because that seems like maybe those are separate at this point, and maybe they need to be a part of a broader approach to this so that we can feel good about saying no in certain areas as we try to funnel those people towards services. I really think that not only is it our state partners, but I really think our churches, I mean, that's totally, I think, an opportunity for safe parking for just 2 or 3 at a time. I think if every church in the Santa Maria Valley took 2 or 3, we'd have it, and those are some of the people that should be excited about doing that. And then you can have with some of this new beginnings type dollars, we can go from site to site and make sure we're offering services at each one of those locations. And so, I mean, that's something I'm in favor of seeing us do in a more complex strategy. And I don't know if that can come, that's probably longer down the road than just a couple months. But I do think that's something we should work on as a county as we're addressing vehicular homelessness, because I do want to do it in a way that is compassionate to those in the vehicles as well as the neighborhoods, and to try to be funneling people towards, mainstream. I mean, that's what we want to get everybody into, a mainstream, environment. And I want to find a way to do that in the most effective way possible.
Supervisor Hartman, one more.
Traditionally, it has been the faith community that has stepped up and still are real leaders in many instances. But we have failed on the safe parking, and I'm just issuing a challenge. Help! How do we reach out and do this better?
Supervisor Capps?
Thank you. Just one tangible is if there's consensus, we could ask for a letter to our state partners for them to participate in their parking lots in our safe parking program. And if that came from all of us, I think that would be more powerful.
Yep.
Is that okay? Great.
Supervisor Cap, that's excellent suggestion, since that's also suggested in the governor's executive orders. So
Oh,
we
good.
may be able to remind him of the
We'll just
order.
repeat it
Yeah,
back
there you
to him.
go. There you go. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you. And I like to, as part of that plan that we do for vehicular approach, let's find a way to incorporate, hopefully, the faith community there and work with our very ministerial associations that take place. I know we have in the Santa Maria Valley. I'm sure the South Coast. Yeah, I'll definitely help that in the Santa Maria Valley. I know Lompoc has one as well. So any of the connections I have, I'd be happy to. A lot of the those in that community want to help, but they really haven't been asked. They're not sure how to do that. So maybe we find a roadmap. Maybe it's, this is what we can offer you. This is what it looks like, maybe kind of a test case. Here's the services we're going to have, so if there's a problem, this is how that's going to get exited. I think we have to develop that a little bit more so people can be comfortable with that, so they can take it to their church board, so they can embrace that. So I think that's a huge opportunity that we should look into. And I'm sure that's something that other communities have probably done as well, if we're looking at other examples. Because I do think we're getting somewhere with the encampments. I think as much as we're arguing about some of the details, we're making huge progress in this county on that effort. And we're making so much progress, we're actually dealing with encampments in San Luis Obispo County, to be honest. I mean, that's how compassionate we are here. Right. Let's get back to San Ynez River, absolutely. But I do think the next phase as we're looking forward is going to be the vehicular one. And I know, I'm actually looking at one right now from the dais. Yep. And so, it's just kind of a, it's clear and present that's an issue. It is a health and safety issue, and it's something that we're going to have to, continue to work on as a board. And I know that we don't always see eye to eye, but I'm glad that we can keep it civil as we're trying to negotiate through this. So I think that's definitely going in a good direction.
I think bringing the state partners in is a great idea. There's a lot of that, and the faith-based community, Bob's tied in with them. I got to do a better job of that, man. It's not my bailiwick. All right, so I think we have provided probably a plethora of feedback here. Good luck with that. And I want to reiterate what Bob said. We're doing an amazing job. Joe, you and your team doing an amazing job with all of our partners on the encampment portion of it. I think what you're hearing today is just the desire to continue to ramp it up, and I think the big portion of that is in the safe parking program and how we move that forward. So, all right. So we have provided staff direction, and I think that's basically.
I just want to make sure staff has clear direction so that when you come back, there's no misunderstanding about what you were going to be doing.
I think we're clear. Thank you.
Can you repeat that, because our clerk will need to take minutes?
Yes. We're going to first broaden our engagement to make sure we get some feedback from a broader segment of the interested parties list, if you will. We'll also reach out and prepare a letter for the board signature to our state representatives to look at opportunities to utilize state properties. We're going to look more carefully at some of the elements that were identified as changes to make sure that we're clear about the ramifications of those changes. And we're also going to deal with the safe parking and safe sites issues, particularly around the riverbeds. We are not modifying, on the other side, we are not modifying any of our existing policies or practices. We're essentially maintaining the status quo until we come back to you sometime in the January timeframe.
And I believe also asking to engage more with the faith community.
Yep.
Yes.
With the help of Pastor Bob. Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you. Good hearing. Okay. So I think that wraps up today's business. We are now adjourned to Tuesday, October 5th. Oh, we didn't take a vote. Okay.
I'll make a motion based on what staff repeated back to us. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And that included all the CEQA, too.
No, we're not really.
You don't need any C4 for 9.
Okay, so that is,
We haven't gone to the age where we need C4 to not do it.
okay, so that was just the clerk is giving me, so that is A through D. So, yes, so we all
Yes,
agree
that was exactly what I
Yes.
meant.
Okay, exactly what he meant. All right, so now we are adjourned to Tuesday, October 15th in Santa Barbara.